I said Mel's Nova did enough in one day to play their long game. Today they're going to go back into the swing of things, and I think we are going to be seeing Mel's Nova kind of regain a lot of that territory itself. But our attention is going to start to shift over towards the map now. We're going to see what they could be potentially expecting to have come through with regards to that. And yeah, I think realistically speaking, based on the performances that we've seen so far, I think the OOC Dreamcore might be a team that are going to look to play a little bit of a strong position over on the map of Erngel, because we've seen them in the previous 6 games that they played, right? They were able to secure themselves 53 points, as well as the Chicken Dinner. So a good expectancy, right? They've set a bit of a standard there for themselves. We'd like to see them kind of live up to that. So we're just going to be out here to see just how Ruby is going to look to try and kind of bounce back from that day that they've now had to do as much research as they could possibly find, and then apply that moving into these final few games.
Yeah, I really agree. OC did some really good work when we first saw them this week, and I'm expecting that they will do the same again. As you said, all those points, all those stats do point towards a really good game. Certainly on Erangel coming in to game number 1, which will be coming through very, very shortly. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking about teams that I want to see do well, or that I think are going to do really well. And looking through here, I think Vio, I praised them last week for being always there and always willing to fight and never actually give up no matter how few players they have. I think they now have, being in Group B, another opportunity to do that as well. We've already gone over Mel's Nova and Red Tiam. You've gone over OOC as well. I will also say Fenerbahce. I mean, yesterday they came out with a really, really good performance. I mean, they won a game coming through. In one of them was one of the Miramars, wasn't it? I think so. Very, very good position coming in from them as well, and they're looking very strong. They're not that far away from those top 6 spots. They're already in the top 10, so as long as things don't go horribly wrong, they should be good to go. But that is all speculation at this point, DK. We got to get into game to figure it out, and I think we should probably touch a slight bit on the fact that those hardships have continued to come through this week. Not so much as in week 1, but still a little bit there. And I'm hoping for the team's sake that we're not really going to be getting into that too much. But, as you've been saying all along, DK, sometimes it's actually much, much harder to actually play your own game than it is to kind of just let the zone dictate.
Yeah, and I mean, we did see that play out yesterday. I think it was in our last Erangel of the day. It took a nice sentence to do exactly that. And it seems to be what they've kind of decided to do is they now swoop in, coming through with already those 2 eliminations, a good bit of leverage that they've got onto the side here of Tasted. So let's see whether or not they are going to look to kind of close this one up, sending up that 2-1 split. I think it is a good call being made here. Sila going to be keeping that slight bit of an overwatch angle. Of course, now they start to smoke it up to try and draw the players here from Tasted to the opposite side. But Tasted kind of knew that was coming, right? You can see the utilities getting cooked up, getting prepped, and ready to throw across the way.
Oh, that's a good one.
But now they're going to find it. Yeah, Boksung almost running straight into that date.
Yeah, very, very nearly did she do that. I'm not sure how she managed to get no damage taken off for that, but it's a good thing she didn't, right? Because there is this number disadvantage here. There's only 2 to Digital Athletics 3 here. And Digital Athletics are looking for this elimination. You were right? They are looking for it. They're trying to get it as quickly as possible as well, continually looking for that angle. But Tasty Lucy May are not going to be going down that easily. You could see her moving over to that angle and continuing to make sure there's no wraparound coming through, which is nice to see. But I don't know how much longer you can really do this, right? They have a couple of good things, no utilities, but the odd meta or 2 and some good weapons on board. So I'm not sure how they should play this, but they can't just sit here for much longer.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but the zone is also starting to close on up. So they're going to have to make a call at some point moving forward. Tasted now, just going to try and keep it nice and stationary. Not going to be looking to make any crazy major moves just yet. Atsi also up on the top there, trying to keep a little bit of a position. We did see those utilities flying in, but fortunately it wasn't sent right in their direction. But these are athletics now, busy doing their due diligence, right? They're clearing it out compound by compound, ensuring that they won't necessarily get caught with any unnecessary surprises. Sure, there is going to be a little bit of an exchange once they enter that door right over there, but we'll see soon enough just how they look to play through it and whether or not they're going to be able to securely clear out that compound, because they've got just under 2 minutes to kind of wrap it up and then move onto that next rotation, move into the next position. And as we saw, the zone has taken quite a bit of a shift, so there's still quite a bit of ground for them to try and cover. Meanwhile, looking over to S2G here, all the way over in towards Malta, they don't have that far to go. So I'm curious as to where they'll be looking to rotate up. Maybe a little bit of that shelter play, maybe even taking a deeper plunge up towards Yasnaya Poliana, which we can see several other teams now looking to opt for. But also up in Stolba, OOC and S2 starting to draw a little bit closer to each other.
Now that is an interesting turn of events. Stolber going to be such an important part of this next zone, so you can see why teams are trying to get to it and why there might be a contest for it. But this could be super exciting to watch. I mean, we haven't really seen a Stolber fight in PMEWL since the new update has come through with those extra buildings in it. So I've not actually seen a fight happen in that area. So I'd be really, really interested to see how that goes as Poksuka does go on down there. Very, very sneaky little angle, and that's everything that Digital Athletics needs. They're going to go through, take out the other player, and that's it. And actually, Leah is getting that squad wipe. 4 eliminations going to her, as Tasted have to wait for another game to come before they can start getting points.
Yeah, that's a strong recovery coming through from Digital there. Got to love it for them. But now comes the hard, challenging work, right? They're going to get back into zone and find an uncontested position to rotate in towards. So we've got a few seconds left until we'll move into stage number 2. 3 teams still outside of zone. That is going to be Vio as well as Digital, as we saw, and then of course not Noobs. But they'll be dipping up into that zone, as we can see right there. Again, not a drastic, crazy, aggressive shift coming through, as it is going to be essentially centering up on towards Yasnaya Poliana. So this is going to be an interesting play as to how the teams are going to look to get themselves situated, because we can see over on the left-hand side, up on the little tiny mini map, right, really tiny, we do have the players there from Red Tiam holding on towards the southern side of Yasnaya Poliana, and then Mel's Nova up onto the north. And aside from those two, everybody else could still look to rotate in.
Yeah, they absolutely could. Watching S2G actually in particular there, we spoke about them a minute ago, and they've got a really nice little entry into zone. There's no one immediately in front of them. Yes, you got Farabache and also one more up there, but not really in that vicinity until they start moving up there. So they've got plenty of room to work with for now. And if they do want to be super ambitious, then they can do so. But it's not going to be the same here for Digital Athletics, right? You see them out in the blue. They're just trying to get those final pieces of loot ready and going to go. But Vio is passing them by. I think that is going to be the pass by that they're looking for rather than that altercation. That would be rather silly to altercate now, I think. But still, that threat is still there. It's something to look out for. But it gives Digital Athletics that information of, oh, there's a team ahead of us. I wonder where they're going to go and how do we avoid them?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if they are sitting with the issue where they don't necessarily have vehicles to make those rotations with. Well, the answer is no, because you can see Leah now starting to move on through here. So, yeah, Digital just need to get their butts all the way up in towards zone. Meanwhile, looking up on towards the slightly more northern edge of zone, it's going to be S2 keeping a nice, concise position here. We've got K12 just over to their northwestern side. So there is a little bit of something for them to be a little bit more watchful for. They are going to keep their heads on a swivel. You can see them being quite proactive with this, right? Trying to pay as best attention as they can to anything and everything in their surrounding area. But we do see those little dots starting to draw nearer and nearer. VPG also just moving in alongside a few of our squads here. Not noobs also making that long trek, coming all the way from far south, now flying straight through the eastern side. They are running into a few difficulties here as they have lost one of their players, but they still have that three-piece left to move on forward. NATO also trying to make a bit of a play, trying to cram up in towards the north of Yasnaya. But that was Mel's Nova just saying, well, no, that ain't going to happen.
It's not going to happen indeed, and Remy is going to be the one to fall there. Looks like potentially Luna's trying to get this this res going, and I think that was a warning. The smoking vehicle is a warning. Don't even think about it. That is a lost cause up there, and you can see Mel's, they're trying to do something here to actually try and thirst that player up, get that finish. You see there, 01's going to be taking her out pretty soon here, and that will be the end of it. But NATO are in a really good position, actually, despite everything. Oh, maybe not if you lose one more player. Oh, dear. I feel like she would have been better off actually doing something like staying on behind that pylon, right? I think that could have been an interesting off angle, and even if you were to leave in the opposite direction. Don't come back to that building because you're providing a clear line of sight there that's much easier to hit than going away from those buildings. So unfortunate, but they will move on with just those two, and Mel's get 2 eliminations off the board. They're going to be over in those apartment buildings, and the stage 2 being here, it's not bad, but that's not what they want. They want epic. That's what they want. They want a squad wipe to start off the game, because yes, it is still the start of the game. It's only stage 2, and now it leaves just one solo left alive for NATO to survive somehow.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of events. I mean, for NATO, sometimes you just got to cut your losses, right? Yeah, I'm curious to see what is going to happen here. VR also just making a quick little push as they do come in, so they have been able to find themselves a successful rotation moving up here. Digital, they are in. They made it. They're just north of Rozak, and then, of course, we got the lovely Dark Angels also holding on that far southern side. They're just keeping their distance, right? So, yeah, let's see what this one brings.
Absolutely. This zone, I'm feeling it's going to go north, to be honest. I think we are going to have a Stalber finish. Some of these teams are going for that eastern approach, which is possible, but I'm kind of feeling, North Yasnaya. I mean, this is more Yasnaya than I thought it was going to be. It's gone slightly more south, but this is the general area that actually for these teams, DK, is worse because of how open it is. There's not that much you can do to hold a position securely unless you're going to be full aggro with your position that you're holding, because there's no other way to do it. Dark Angels have just snuck into zone here, and they've still got a long way to go. DK, I'm kind of worried about them, because if they go into that south side, I don't see much chance of them being able to move further.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. There's not a lot of options, and fortunately for them, they're coming through from that southern side. There is a little bit of that elevated angle to move forward from, so they're not going to get spotted immediately. But you got to say the same for the east, right? That looks a little more challenging, and also the same option is going to be happening, or same thing is going to be happening over on that western front.
It is indeed. This is an interesting compound. I mean, you and I have been here a couple of times, our own, lobbies, and K12 up this same spot. I don't love this position. I think it's probably okay for now. It's very open. That makes me scared. I'm very scared about it. It is edge of zone as well, which for now is a good or diving board, right? It's a good diving board for these teams or phase of where they need to be, but it is going to work for now. I mean, any compound can be your compound if you work hard enough at it. So we'll see what they're gonna be putting into that compound to make it work for them. As we look at Fenerbahce, actually on the opposite side of zone completely. The southeast side is where they'll be holding, but S2G are waiting in the wings as well. So getting a little crowded on the south side. Enigma, DK, they've decided to go all the way to the north side, but here I think they're going to actually have more trouble than if they just went south.
Yeah, I don't know. There could be quite a few things that are yet to come through off of this. K12 though, you're saying that it's very open, but there's nobody there.
True.
So they're fine. There's nobody close to them, so they can hold on to that position. S2 though, similar kind of setup that they've got here, but they do have a team held below them and a few teams just over towards that eastern side, so they need to be quite careful as to how they try to push through this. But yeah, it's all going to come down to what this next zone shift will be bringing on through. Of course, Freya is just going to be poking and prodding a little bit, but again, not overly committing to anything just yet.
And that's the way you want to play it. I think it's still too early in the game to really go all in on something. This is the preparatory phase, and Enigma Dolls might have to learn that as they try. I mean, it's a good play, right? They go to the north. They're trying to evade a lot of teams, but they couldn't have known, or maybe they should have maybe guessed a little bit more than they did, that there were going to be a couple of teams here. Here, they've actually moved in between two teams, and as Enigma goes down to just solo and Mel's is trying to find her, I mean, it's going to be very, very hard for them to get out of this. The only saving grace they may have here is that OOC has actually moved straight into, but it is going to be them going down. They're not going to be able to be seen as Socia sees everything. Lalo goes down very, very quickly. Had no idea that player was there. All right, then. Now it's just down to Fenita, who's got that DBS in hand, but the nades, the Molotovs going into that building, I think that's going to be heard done very, very quickly, and Socia is just the last one standing.
Well, let's see. VPG came in with only a 3-piece, or left to that solo. Yeah, OOC, they took it out of context as they pushed up and ran and closed it down. But not noobs. Going to be looking to find a little bit of that third-party opportunity. Potentially, as we see them now making north, but everybody else, Neb, they're still going to push up.
They do, and they that's the scary bit. This is the bit where you kind of got to go back, because teams, they're not going to allow or not noob to finish this out in a long drawn-out fight.
Yeah, I think a good spot would be just to the south of Stalbert on the edge of that mountainside, because if you're up on the ridge line, well, you can't see over that, right? So pretty much kind of right here where OOC is, maybe just a little bit more towards that western side. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be K12 still kind of continuing with the trend that we saw come through from them. Still going to be staying up towards the northwestern side of zone and not overly extending their reach. Red Tiam, though, it dipped out into the blue to try and come through with a very wide northern rotation.
Ooh! Goodness me! Dynasty keeps doing that. She's always the one with the vehicle, and Ariazita, she's the only one left alone for Fenerbahce, and that is surprising, I have to say. I mean, STG and Fenerbahce have been looking at each other for a little while, but the type of plays we were seeing from Fenerbahce yesterday did seem to say that they would have more in the tank than what seems to have taken place here in this game. But S2G, we didn't really see what happened. We could have just been on that rotation for all we know. But Vio and Mel's now. Mel's have moved up successfully into zone, but this is not the best position for them. Yes, they have this ridge, but they're always looking up at these teams. So perhaps an altercation is in order. Maybe Digital Athletics, maybe even the team directly above them to get a better position.
Could be. It could definitely be. It's not going to be too surprising if that does tend to be the play here. And of course, the zone is going to pull down to the southern side. So all the teams that have worked so hard to get themselves up north, like Red Tiam, are going to be kicking on the floor now, because all of that work, all of that HP that they lost, Cat Veins getting taken down to the blue, and then have the zone move to that southern side, right? What a big oof that is. But that's just the way the game goes some days, and now it is going to be quite a congestion congested western front here. It's going to be Pmewls and potentially even the side here of Bio that are going to be looking to lock it down. S2, the Digital Athletics, as well as the side there of Yikes, are now going to be looking for a way in.
The zone's really messing with these teams. It really, really is. And now you're seeing all of this fighting going on that western front. And S2G, actually, this goes really, really well for them. They have just a few meters to get into zone. There's no one there except this solo of not noobs. Fenerbahce goes down. And that means now it's clear on the north side for the most part and that south side. So again, we're seeing these teams that are on those sides being able to kind of just lay low and scope out what they need to scope out. Digital Athletics does go out there. Pmewl's picking up their 5th elimination on the board for this match so far. And we still have 11 teams. But DK, OOC, the team we were talking about before the game, they're topping the leaderboard right now with 7 eliminations.
Yep, they're definitely looking to do quite a bit here. Currently, they will yet again find themselves relatively uncontested up on towards that northeastern side of zone. They do have not noobs pretty close to them, but that's just a solo, so they can quickly and swiftly deal with that. But I'm going to be looking up to the north to see how the teams are going to try to cram up into this area. I mean, K12, Red Tiam, Dark Angels, potentially even NATO, all going to try and make that play, going to try and find a bit of a viable location to move up in towards. But for now, Yikes, they are going to be on the defensive though.
They have to, right? They have the compound that kind of everybody wants, and they do need to sort of get better more into zone rather, but the zone is not very happy. It's very, very open. It's not playable. A lot of this terrain is not playable for these teams. So these edge plays, these edge compounds are all they have. So Yikes definitely going to have to hold on to that as long as they possibly can. But meanwhile, it is going to be Dark Angels down to the south side who are losing player after player there, and they're going down to one player, just that solo. S2 as well, haven't heard much from them so far, and Dark Angels will go out. S2G looking to get their potentially 5th, 6th elimination, and we'll see how that goes for them, because now they're kind of looking over to that north side. There's a lot going on for this team.
Quite a bit though, and they still have a long way to go up in towards the S2 and S2G. Going to find themselves rubbing shoulders right here. We do have a big vacant lot of land over on towards the eastern side, right? The entire eastern half of zone is just barren, right? There's nobody in it. So there is still quite a bit of space that could be taken up here, but the teams do seem to be quite hesitant. They're not going to be looking to full send it forward just yet. Retiam are going to try and see if they can maybe pick up a little bit of that NATO action. Mel's also going to be feeling a little bit of the heat, a little bit of the pressure starting to build. Yikes also keeping a very concise angle on the edge, because you can see this is why the teams aren't full sending it, moving up in towards the zone. It is so revealing, so open, and so dang challenging, Neb, to play through.
It absolutely is. I mean, I don't know what these teams on the south side are going to do. S2G have tried to move in bit by bit, but now the teams from the north are rolling down that hill, and S2G are under enough fire as it is from all those teams on that western side, and this is where teams will start to fall. K12 is the first to go. 3 eliminations now, and Yikes will take out Venus. There we go. GG's there, or Bio rather, and get taken out herself. There we go. Yikes. Getting taken out. 2 eliminations on the board, but at least a few placement points will go their way. Pmewl's looking confident on that ridge line, but they have to be careful about S2 down at the bottom. That solo could play a major part in all of this, and S2G not taking no for an answer, DK. They're going ahead with this push.
Oh, but they will get denied by S2G as they come up and close the door in their face. Down to the final 5, we are Red Tiam looking very low on health, as we did see Tiger quickly just restoring a little bit of HP there. I was curious as to why we are only seeing black helmets, but now we know why, because, well, Red Tiam just got taken out. Now, looking at the angles here, we don't have anybody holding on to Zord. I mean, NATO could maybe still play a bit of an upset up towards that northern side, but the rest of the lobby, they are just going to be duking it out, and Mel's going to try and ride that ridge as long as they possibly can, because they can see right into OOC.
They absolutely can, and that spells disaster for OOC. I I think the team will be fine with the result that they get, right? They have enough eliminations to do so, but yeah, you still want the win. You still want to go as far as possible, and SUG are looking a little bit sadder as another player goes out there. It's just Saren left alone, and that's the buggy elimination coming through for Pmewl's Nova as OOC go out at the same time, DK. That was a 2-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way of getting the job done, stepping up and having everything kind of just fall in your lap, right? Not going to complain about that, though. But yeah, a very challenging zone moving to the northern side of Yasnaya up onto the hillside. It is quite tough to play, especially looking at how far the teams had to rotate up, going all the way from that far southern side, right? A very lengthy rotation, quite costly for a few teams, as they did really chunk away at those HP bars. So it's inevitable, but it's going to happen at some point. But yeah, I think the most brutal part that we saw was the zone kind of hinting to the players that it's going to go up north. Redsia making that rotation out through the blue zone. And then the zone's like, gotcha. And then it moves down south. And yeah, all that HP loss for no reason whatsoever. So a very unfortunate call being made there. The Zune, yes, and the zone being quite brutal, but you know that kind of is just sometimes what Erangel does.
It does, and it's been brutal these past few weeks. I mean, this game is not the half of what we have seen, but you're quite right. That hard shift down to the south was awful, and a lot of these teams, I mean, I would love to be in those team speaks when that shift happened, because oh my goodness, I think there have been some choice words for that zone for sure, as that just spelt trouble and ultimately loss for everybody there. But you know what, Pmewl's Nova are the one to come out on top. They took out S2G, they took out OOC, they took out most of the lobby. Actually, they came in with some massive points for this first game, and honestly, we expected nothing less, DK. If we remember what we were talking about down before the game began, we were hyping up Pmewl's Nova as a team that came through the entire A versus C and still being in that top 10 place. They were only dropping down a little bit towards the end of the night. So coming back in here tonight with a 14 elimination, 3,200 damage dealt game is top 5 easily.
Yeah, but what a way to make a statement. This, of course, being Pmewl Nova's first winner chicken dinner.
That's crazy.
Right, this is the first victory that they had, and they do so with great figures to close it all. 14 eliminations, as you said, the 3,200 looking pretty good, pretty hot, pretty spicy. But speaking of which, though, we've got to take a look and see where the teams ended, right, with regards to our stats, right? We've got the healing, we've got the long-range hits and all that stuff coming through, and of course, no surprise to see there not being a lot of health being recovered in this match here. The zone just doing what it does, but the teams are pretty focused in on each other. Also, not a lot of opportunities for crazy long-distance hits, as is kind of to be expected, looking at where it's shifted up towards. So that's why we've got Pmewl's Daddy only coming in with a 211-meter hit.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Oh, but she is going to be our MVP with 6 eliminations and 1,000 damage. Ding, 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 bell of 1,000 damage going on out there. 3 assists as well to add up to her score. And Daddy is taking this match by storm with this one. GG's coming through for the first Erangel.
Yeah, great play to them. But, well, now they're going to look to see if they can keep that momentum going, keep the push flying as far as they can take it, because it's going to be of the utmost importance, right? I'm kind of expecting to see Pmewl's Nova now being quite well situated within the standings over here, especially coming through with those 24 points. That is going to bode exceptionally well for them. And of course, then we add on to that OOC as well as S2G, who found themselves situated relatively close, 6 points separating them leading into this game, and only 5 points now separating them yet again. But OOC was trailing behind S2G. Right now, I think there might only be potentially 1 point difference between them. And let's get the confirmation. Yes, my math is 100% accurate. I like that when it happens. Wow. But we also got to look at what Pmewl's did, right? Pmewl's, they've now moved up. They were in 9th place.
as well, right? 5 points rather is the total points required to get into that top 5. A point that we should make is that the top 5 currently are held all by Group A teams, as one might expect. But with one game, Pmewl has started to threaten that 5th position, Boars' position here. And, as long as you're top 10, it's fine. There's still 20-odd points between that before it starts getting into the danger zone, right? But still, Pmewl showing up with a fantastic range here of just jumping across those points to get to that top 6 finish. So GG's there. As we say, GG's to our player focus. The players in there right now, it is going to be all 3 still up, as we saw before this game. No one has quite come close to our girls here so far for Group B versus C, but that should all change in the coming matches.
Yeah, it is going to change up quite a bit as the teams start to pick up momentum, start continuing with that pacing. And it's interesting to see that, we have here what we have, right? 2 of our Group A squads holding it nice and steady. But I think as the teams continue to kind of find that momentum, the first match it's difficult to contest against those top 3 that we have in the player focus. But I'm pretty sure once we start getting into game number 2, game number 3, that's where we are going to be having that resurgence coming through yet again. And I'm expecting Pmewl to be the first squad from today, rather, to make it into that.
Yeah, I expect so as well, and I expect a whole lot more coming through into this next match of Miramar. But before that, of course, we will be going into a short break, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Of a match. Hi, everybody. I'm now unmuted and I can begin again. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going into Miramar very, very shortly. I'm going to get a DM from DK in just a second here, laughing at me. So we're going to move on very, very swiftly. We had a fantastic game in Erangel there. Just a roller coaster of emotions and of zone shifts. So we're looking for this Miramar to please be a bit kinder to our teams here, but also not really, because we love the chaos. We thrive on it.
Sure. Sure. Yeah. Okay. But see, this is what happens when we talk about mute, right? Muting things in between games, then you are the one ending up muting yourself.
Yeah.
That is just hilarious. But anyway, we are going to be looking at this map, and I honestly think that the zone is going to go one of two places. Either back down to Los Leones, maybe even over to Valle del Mar. But then at the same time, I've got a suspicion Alpozo, Monte Nuevo, kind of over there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I could see both.
That's what I think it's gonna do. One spot that I've hardly ever seen the zone go to is Oasis.
Yeah, it's sought after and never given. It's very sad.
Yeah. It's like the reverse of those little islands. Speaking
Ooh.
about little islands, we got a little island of carnage right over there. It is going to be action right out of the gate. As you can see, VPG and S2G going at each other. The zone, yeah,
right.
was leaned over into Crater Field, so I wasn't too far out with that one. So let's see now what the southern teams are going to do, because I'm pretty sure North, they just going to, have a whole lot of fun, especially looking at El Pozo.
Yes, indeed. But you know what I'm also looking at, DK, is the 3 points of contention we have. We have NATO and Pmewl over in El Pozo. We have VBG and S2G over in Hacienda. We also have, I believe, Vio and Not Noobs over in Valle de Mar. So there's a lot of actual hot drops going on in small spaces, and that doesn't even count that solo of OOC that somehow has managed to find herself in the middle of a team over in Monte Nuevo.
In Valle del Mar, yes, we do have a little bit of something coming through on that. I can speak in code because you know exactly what I just did.
Yes.
But that's fine. Femida also knows exactly what just happened, as Sarah is now the last one left for the squad. This is very unfortunate to see VBG only going through with a 3-piece here today. I mean, what's that? Why? But okay, well, I guess that's a thing now. Hopefully we can see them return with an additional player, as Socia gets taken down yet again. Sarah seems to be the survivor right here, tries to get a strafing going, but unfortunately having 2 weapons, one of which is a M249.
Yep, there you go.
I mean, you just can't dodge that.
You can't. No.
Especially not at close range. It's like someone sending a brick wall in your direction. It's like, how do you dodge it? You just simply can't.
I mean, kudos to her, though. At least she got both of those players within 1 HP. So a really, really good effort. But yeah, you don't beat the M249, especially at that range. It's just too lethal. So good choices there from S2G coming on through, and that's going to leave them with Hacienda all to themselves. They lose 1 but gain 3. So shouldn't be too bad of an outcome for them. And we're only in the first minute and a half of the game, which is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy that we're this close from the beginning of the game and we're already looking at these teams here. And here's another one that we're going to be looking at down to the south, Vio. But for Not Noobs, they've actually decided to move far, far away. So Vio are going to loot in somewhat of peace, some peace. That piece is not going to last long, though, DK, because you do see them kind of waiting in that wings and in a gatekeep position that almost looks premeditated.
Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of that meditation coming through, though. Meditation or meditated, it could be either or. We'll find out soon enough. Obviously, they can't linger on that too long because they still have to think about their zone positioning, moving more towards those northern positions, those northern territories, and I want to see who's going to look to try and maybe push up into La Cobrera, right? I think that could be an interesting setup. Either that or the Greater Hills. I think that is going to be a very interesting spot to keep an eye on.
Absolutely. Crater Hills has done so much for so many over the years, and this is not going to be any different. And the team that gets to Crater Fields fastest and soonest is going to be the one that probably comes up on top here, particularly on that eastern side. There's some really, really good spots up there. So we'll see what happens. As in the elimination feed, you do see Vio trying to get a knock onto one of the Not New players, and one is down here with that Winchester. Love to see a Snip Snap coming into action here. But again, they're outside the zone. OOC is in that Chumacera. It's looking like they're a little bit close for comfort, and I only mention that because of those rotations that are going to have to come through fairly quickly. A common rotation out of this area is through Chumacera, And so we're going to have to be very careful for either one of these teams, or maybe both, that have to go in that direction.
Yeah, but that's the exciting part. Rotations could take them wherever they need to go. So, yeah, Chumacera, let's go with that. That is going to be the place to have it be for right now. In the meanwhile, they just have a nice bit of a play up in towards Los Leones. Esu are going to be sharing that spot with them, but as we know, it's so vast that we don't see them taking engagements. Hang on. Did we just see Fenerbahce self-nading?
Oh no, did we? Oh,
Yeah,
we might have done.
I don't know why. Maybe that was a misfire, but yeah, not the kind of whoopsie you want to have happen. Luckily for them, there was nobody near them.
Then why was the nade out at all? That's interesting. Okay, you know what? We're not going to question it. She's back up. She's healthy-ish. We're fine. Vio, in the meantime, go out just like that. Super quick. We didn't even catch it properly there, as Not Noobs are going to take all 4 of those eliminations. So, honestly, well hot dropped by them, right? They had the right idea with that 1-3 split coming in onto the side, not going all in like they did later on, right? You don't hot drop with and amongst a team. You hot drop around that team and then have them trapped when they're ready to fight. So GG's there, 2 Not Noobs. They will continue the game as a full squad with 4 eliminations as we say goodbye to Vio. But we're only saying hello to Mel's Nova so far, DK. 1 elimination on the board so far, and they are situated very comfortably at El Pozo.
Yeah, you wanna play for that, right? I mean, Mel's, they're looking quite comfortable and quite confident, and that is kind of the train that we've had from them from day number 1. So no surprise to see that kind of being a bit of a continuation over here, except for D1 that is now hit into the side there of the buildings. But that is the part of the trouble of driving a supercar up a mountain in the desert.
True.
It's not really supposed to happen, but it's PUBG, so we'll allow it, I guess. But it's interesting to see just where these teams are going to try and get themselves situated. I think at least for Mel's, it could be quite a decent spot towards the edge of the crater here, as we can see D1 now trying to move into.
Absolutely, this is a great spot for them. It's outside the city where things can get just a little bit too, a little bit too spicy, but things are looking very spicy for whoever's on horseback over there. Great little headshot spray coming in from Lana onto from NATO from these cliff sides. A fantastic position for them. They're not going to find whoever's up there, however, going to go out of that range and disappear into the ether. Fortunately for whoever was on that, that's a bold move riding across the plains. Got to feel a little bit like you're in the Wild West out there. But NATO, trying to bring them back to reality, are not going to succeed. So they're going to have to turn back to what their own plan is here. And again, this is a great spot for them. This is the hillside we've been talking about, DK. And for now, NATO looks like they're in full control of it.
Well, let's see if they can continue to maintain that control, because it's going to be quite important, especially depending on how this next phase is going to be looking to shift on up as well. Yikes, also getting themselves into a little bit of an altercation. They K12 knocking on the door, and they are not, welcoming any visitors in just yet. They are busy prepping the space, so it makes a whole lot of sense. Dark Angels are also going to be trying to maybe go for a little bit more of a far northern approach here as they rotate up towards La Cobreria, especially if the zone now shifts there. They're going to be quite comfortable with that angle, but it is a city, so it might be a little bit more challenging to defend.
Indeed, it's something we see a lot, right, where those cities are very, very difficult, because once the zone shifts towards a city, you get 3, 4, 5 teams all clustered in there looking at each other, and then the zone shifts away, and then it's just the end of the road for many of them in there. So if possible, you do want to actually avoid those cities at all costs, and Mel's Nova are going to be one of those teams to do so. Now taking shots onto somebody else there, but again, that range, that vision range, is not going to be available to them, so they're going to have to let that one go. And you can see Odadia now into the new zone. Stage 2 has hit. She's been looking around, getting those vehicles, and now she's back in it. So going to be joining up with her team very, very soon here. DK, not noobs, finally moving out of the south side, the south coast, and going to be moving into this zone fairly shortly. They might just clash with Digital Athletics here.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the risk of rotating up. You don't necessarily know who's up ahead of you. You usually find out the moment it happens. But it doesn't seem like not noobs are going to be bumping into anybody. It does seem like they are pretty much committed to staying on that far western front, so they could potentially even sneak in behind the players there from Pmewl's Nova, which could be quite interesting. Speaking of which, though, S2 are going to be secured over towards the hills just north there of Picado, so a very isolated angle that they have themselves in, as you can see up on the map. Tasted also pushing in from that eastern side. But I like the fact that the Dark Angels are now slowly trying to make a bit of ground, right? They've rotated in from the north, and now they start to descend, trying to climb those hills. And I think if they can get in behind Fenerbahce, for instance, that could actually be quite a beneficial spot to play from.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, if you can get in behind Fenerbahce, that could be a very easy cleanup for you, as this just might be a great cleanup. The exchange of nades, just falls a little bit too far, and Lucy's not going to have that much damage taken off of her. But an interesting fight that we're having here nonetheless is the war of the nades so far, as Dynasty's looking to secure the first elimination, and Nakshi does fine there, but Tiam is waiting in the distance, possibly looking for this third party. So SUG, both of these teams are going to have to figure out what to do here, and now the DBS comes into play. First the nade, and now it's the DBS, and the UMP is no match for it.
Well, I mean, yeah, right, the nade is much broader and well-rounded in comparison to what we have from the UMP, or at least what comes out of the UMP, right?
True.
The answer is magazines, because that's where the ammo goes. But yeah, let's see whether or not S2G are going to be able to survive this position here. I like the aggression being shown, but now Red Tiam, I mean, they got to try and bounce back, right? Trying to make up for what happened in game number 1, right? They want to play a better positioning, and that's why this time around they are smack dab center as opposed to being up on the edge. So, yeah, I think it's a good adjustment coming in from their end. It's all going to boil down to how these next few zones, the next few shifts pan out as to whether or not it's going to be successful for them.
Ooh, yep, there we go. Lucy is going to go on down there to Tiam. And you're right, that aggression coming through from them is top tier. That full send through once they had gotten rid of K12 is a really, really good sign that this team means business in this game. And you can see that coming through their great nade onto Dynasty is going to get rid of S2G. I mean, S2G don't get any placement points, but they do get those 4 eliminations as well. So at least they do go out with a few more points on the board, and Tiam's now up to 3. They're still a full squad. They're in the north side of zone, and actually, that north side doesn't really have anybody at the moment. Yes, Fenerbahce probably going to be moving in onto that side, but with Hana now moving into the west cliff of San Martin, you're looking at a really, really strong position.
But, I mean, what a shift that is coming through from the zone, right? Pulling back all the way into there. And I got to say, I kind of like it, right? We're up in the valleys, so we are going to be seeing a lot of that elevated positions now getting played on through here as Retiam start to push all the way across, straight through the zone over onto the far end. I think that is a good position to call home, at least for the time being. The hillsides, as you mentioned, on that western side. Now, Enigma Dolls, they've got the same idea, so Retiam, they're going to have to fight for their spot if they want to keep it.
I think that was a quick shift away from that plan, though. DK Mami and her teammate looking to move into these compounds instead. I don't hate this shift from them, this change of plans. They did lose Kiki over towards the north side there. I believe Fenerbahce picked that up. And I understand that because now they saw that by going up that mountain, they now put themselves in a sandwich position. Probably there was going to be somebody ahead of them. They only were down to 2 now, and so the safer option here is to go for a building, to go for a compound, and kind of just wait it out, see what happens, to the team, see what happens to the zone as well. So not a bad shift in plans. That's that adaptability that we love to see coming on through there. And for Mel's Nova, they're having to adapt quite a bit, DK, because we saw them very comfortably on that hill, on that mountain in those compounds, and now they're having to move in to a much lower ground.
Well, I mean, lower ground not necessarily going to be the worst spot that they could look to get themselves situated into, right? I mean, there's still a bit of a way to go. We still have quite a few teams, and I mean, there's almost any position in the zone is going to be low ground compared to somebody else, right? Especially looking at OOC that are poached, well, at the tippity top, everybody else is on low ground compared to where they find themselves situated. But it's going to be an uphill battle regardless of it because we still have 12 teams that are surviving at this point. And that's 46 players. So that is a hefty number of barrels that could be pointing at you. So OOC, even though they've made the bold move of getting themselves up in center, they need to be pretty active and proactive about it, right? They need to keep their heads on a swivel so that nobody can maybe even sneak up on them. And speaking about sneaking, we do have one team that is going to be looking to maybe sneak their way to more of that southern edge, as that will be the players there from the Dark Angels pushing in right behind the side of NATO.
That's an interesting spot to actually take with NATO being so high up, right? It is possible that the Dark Angels could actually just sneak through into the lowlands underneath the cliffs and actually not really be all that visible. So they may actually have a safe passage into zone. We'll have to see how that works out for them. Mel's Nova having to move yet again as that zone seems to have shifted away. I don't see any zone line near them. So we'll see how that goes for them. And OC Dreamcore have actually a really good position. We've seen them here for a little while now, just looking down onto Yikes. But an eastern side of the zone, there's not that many people there. And a really, really nice little cliff spot to have to boot is looking like a great setup from them.
Well, let's see if that setup is going to bode well as, yeah, there's a lot of teams. that are going to try and squeeze in. I mean, I'm looking to the south. We've got that beautiful ridge. I think that is going to be prime for real estate here because realistically, you don't want to get caught out on the plateau. It's going to be easy pickings, easy flaps. And yeah, you don't want to be that team. But Retiam also just want to get a good assessment as to what is happening in their surroundings as they can hear some of the shots and their spidey senses were tingling and like, you got to look over the ridge. There's someone somewhere over there. So it's interesting to see the teams now trying to kind of figure out what is the play going to be, right? Yes, they know they got to move forward, but where to?
That is the big question. Big question I have from NATO, big question I have from S2 as they lose Freya. There's no way they can bring her back from near death there, so they're going to have to leave her behind. Freya does go down there. Stolen by not noobs, though. This is an interesting turn of events there. NATO just getting rid of that player, of them all, I think, there is NATO now have to just turn their attention to Yikes. They have to turn their attention to those other teams all around them. And for now, Hayton's going to be the next one standing as they're going to be looking against NATO here, trying to get rid of him because this is prime real estate.
Yep, this is. I mean, and it's going to be quite the pressure play to hold on to it as NATO sends out the utilities. Yikes sends out their own. It's going to be a quick little bit of a this way and that, but you're also going to keep a very close eye on S2. We have now moving in up on the hillside that could present them rather with quite a bit of an opportunity down onto our two teams that we have just trying to get somewhere to go home for the next few moments. Of course, that zone shift is going to come through momentarily, but we see so many teams still just trying and struggling to catch up to zone, let alone get into zone as it now shifts all the way over to that northeastern side. And it's going to be absolute mayhem and carnage over on towards the south or western side and the western edge of that zone. Digital Athletics, yeah, unfortunate play here for them as they go out in 12th place.
I mean, I say it's unfortunate, but at the same time, what else could they do, right? This zone is diabolical as Pmewl's Nova go out with 3 eliminations. Far cry from their previous game, but again, the zone is just being absolutely rotten. The only team that is truly helped out by this, I think, is probably Tiam, right? Because they've held that western side of that position, that high ground of this zone, for the longest time. They went there 2 zones ago, and so now they're very much set up for this push into zone, for this elimination of the rest of the lobby. You could say the same about S2, but S2 are in a much more precarious spot, and that's why I still worry for their position. But Yikes and NATO here, DK, they are still going at this.
Alright, so the pressure is on because, I mean, Yikes, they are down to essentially a solo, and I like the aggression here from NATO. Oh, but hate me! Just bumping it in. Head after head, just keeping that pressure going. Oh, yeah, gotta like it. This could still be an insane flow of momentum here for Yikes. They were able to get that wipe, but they are far from out of the woods. They're still gonna get out of that and up in towards the zone. And S2, I mean, I like the setup there, looking quite confident. So Capitana, there we go. I'll get it eventually. Capitana and the rest of the crew in a very comfortable position here. And I mean, you were talking about Red Tiam's position earlier as well, right? They moved in early, got themselves situated. And I think that was a beautiful read from them because now they can sit back, relax, and just go to town on everybody trying to push up into zone.
They can, but this is possibly where they have to be careful that it doesn't fall apart here, because now you've got 2 teams onto that side pushing up against them. That's going to put them in a sandwich position between them and OOC should they look this way. So all of a sudden, Red Tiam need to very quickly get rid of these teams of Enigma and Taste It. There goes one. To make sure that they have the entry that they really, really want. And as Atsi does go down there, hopefully for Tiam, this is going to be a quick return of fire, and that's going to be an easy peasy way into zone, because the zone, again, has shifted away.
Yeah, easy peasy, very tight squeezy, right, as they will have to try and get themselves in here. I like this rain down of utility just flying on in. The door has been opened, and now they're going to try and push. But will they find the angle? Red Tiam still having quite a bit of ground to cover, or rather recover, as they are to push one up. I like this efficiency coming through from Hannah and the rest of the team, though. I mean, 5 eliminations up, and they just going to be looking to sweep the floor with everybody else. I mean, I said earlier that they're going to try and bounce back from that Erangel performance. Yeah, they've surpassed it already, right? Just going absolutely crazy here. And Capitana, finding a quick little trade there while still being lit on fire. I mean, even when it gets hot, Capitana ain't going nowhere.
Indeed, Capitina is not going anywhere there, but you know who is going somewhere? All the rest of these teams moving into zone. You see that mass exodus coming through here, and Dreamcore, OOC, they can't really hold it back that much longer. It's just down to Lalo, and Yikes have made it super, super difficult for OOC to hold them away, but Tiam might decide that that's enough playing around for y'all. They go out to a great nade there from Jumi, and they're going to be now sitting in the zone, Kings of the Mountains or Queens of the Mountains, against 3 other teams.
The pressure is on, so I have to find a way to kind of bounce back, bounce forward, or just bounce somewhere. Red Tiam, though, 16 eliminations.
Wow.
This is, yeah. I think they unlocked an upgrade somewhere because this is crazy. I think this is probably the most ridiculous Murmur that we've seen come through
way.
Where's this gameplay been this whole entire time? Right?
Literally.
I mean, they were on 27 eliminations coming into this game, right? On Miramar in total across 6 games. They're on 19 in 1.
Yeah.
They are 8 eliminations away from catching up to the previous total. They are almost doubling the amount of eliminations they've had on this map in 1 game. This is crazy. So whatever they're doing here, keep going. I mean, they could find at least 1 more elimination point, right? So they are gonna unfortunately only end on 21.
Only.
Right? Only 21 because they've run out of players to shoot. Right?
Yeah.
That's it.
That's phenomenal.
That's ridiculous.
That is crazy.
Right? Your elimination count is limited by the amount of people left in the lobby. Wow. That's the only thing stopping them. And of course, well, once they took out the last person, there was no targets left. Right? No points left to acquire. And they stopped 7 eliminations shy of doubling their elimination count on this map. It's ridiculous. Right?
That's crazy.
What?
Yeah, that happened. Basically. Yeah, thumbs up. Good job. Sure. Because what else do you say about that, right? What else do you say? That was enormous, that game. I mean, to think that they came into those last couple of phases with 3 eliminations, and all of a sudden had a billion, it seemed like. Team after team after team just falling away, and I kind of predicted it. I'm gonna take a little bit of that credit and go, they were the best. They had the best shot at the win in that zone, right? But still, to do it to that extent is insane, and you gotta just say well done, GGs, and all of that, because what else can you say when you're faced against that sort of play? Here we go, 21 eliminations, 2,400 damage to just 600 damage taken. I mean, that in and of itself is crazy, and it really shows you how much pressure and how much momentum they were taking out against these teams.
I mean, there are words that I could use to express what we just saw. I unfortunately cannot use said words on broadcast.
Shame.
But yes, an absolutely phenomenal performance that we had come through. And it just shows you what can happen in these matches, right? Of course, we do see Fenerbahce, Fariazita securing that longest hit, 300 meters on the dot. So well done to that. And even less HP recovered this time around. Only 6K as opposed to the 7.7K that we had in the previous match.
That again is kind of crazy. Also, only 11 revives coming through as well, mostly because of our MVP, Cat Veins, coming through here for Tiam. 6 eliminations, 832 damage, and 6 assists as well. That's crazy. She's doing the same amount of assists as she's getting eliminations, and again, a crazy stat coming through for her. And this is the second time we've seen her become the MVP of a match that her team wins, isn't it, DK? So a really, really good consistency coming through there, and 31 points in 1 game.
That's crazy. I mean, you were asking what can you say? I think Yumi kind of sums it up with the picture. It's like that's all you can say is just like, there's nothing. There's nothing. Yeah. It's just like, just take it. It is what it is. You know.
Yep.
It's insane. Nobody else even gets close to that with their total points. So yeah, an absolutely ridiculous performance coming through from them. Very well deserved, but I mean, the rest of the teams also, they kind of kept up the aggression here. It was essentially just Red Tiam just picking everybody off, but we did see quite a bit of work being done all across the lobby. I mean, even OOC, right, coming through with their 9 eliminations, they were sitting on 80 eliminations all the way back in stage number 6. So it just shows you, right, they were trying to find the next approach to take, applying that pressure onto the side of Yikes, also just, kind of trying to get out of harm's way. It's been such a challenging zone push through. Yeah, and there we have it. Red Tiam, they've jumped all the way up into third place with that one ridiculous match, and they've done some phenomenal things. I mean, from third, seventh rather, up into third, that's a leap. It's not even a jump. It's a leap that they've made, just flying on up there. And to put it into perspective, they were tied with Zeitgeist, right, with 54 points. And now they sit on the other side, just looking across the way. So absolutely crazy. And of course, as you can see, the rest of the teams here still keeping that consistency going, right? STG now, they've now become the gatekeepers of the top 10.
It's very true. Right? They have.
They were 4 points ahead of that. In fact, actually 5 points ahead of that. But now they've gotten to the position where they kind of, get to have a bit of a say as to who can make it in and simply who can't.
Absolutely. It's crazy. I'm still trying to get over that. And I think, you know what, DK, we're all going to have to take a moment, take a breather before we get into our next game of Sandhawk. So we're going to go for a very short break while we compose ourselves, and we'll be right back with Sandhawk. Welcome back, everybody. I hope we are all recovered from that massive game on Miramar and going to be looking forward to the Sandhawk coming up in just a couple of minutes. I hope you got your drinks. I hope you got your snacks, because it's going to be a doozy coming into the jungles of Sandhawk and DK for more reasons than just one. I think this is going to be a super sweaty map.
Yeah, I gotta say though, the saying is, time's fun when you're having flies, and it seems like we're having quite a bit of fun because you said in minutes, and that was moments, seconds later, we are on the map, making our way down, coming from the south to the north. Now, I want to see what's going to be happening here, where these teams are going to look to get themselves squared up into wars, because there's this one team in particular that performs quite well on this map. Right, we shan't not name names. So
Okay.
I'm curious as to how their performance will go this time around. We'll just say that the team went to paradise, and then that's that.
I see.
And that's based on the performances that we've seen through all the prior Sandhawks that we've had that they've participated in. But another team that's also I think, positioned to do quite well is going to be OOC Dreamcore. Um, they are our second highest performing squad when it comes to this map, and we could add Mel's Nova in right alongside them. So Mel's Nova being the only one of the three teams that I pointed to that are outside of zone. But I mean, Camp Charlie, it's so close to zone, it could just as well have been inside of it. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be of any major concerns. I like it for Taster though, having the entirety of the Northwestern Island to themselves.
I was just about to mention that, right? It is interesting. Nobody in Camp Alpha, no one really taking Hatin either. I mean, it's very, very open. That entire island, as you said, over to taste it for themselves. A lot of the teams on the south side, though, have decided to go for a little bit of a closer approach, as we see something going over or going down in Painan. And again, Via with this 2-2 split coming in onto Yikes as well is definitely something they're going to have to watch out for.
Yep. Oh, yikes. Starting the action there. Chloe getting dropped down as never mind. Steps in and says, well, don't mind if I do. Gets the points and that's it. I'm curious to what's going to happen up in Painan, as not much has really kicked off there just yet.
No, but I think that's probably something that we can expect. I think when last time, or was it yesterday or perhaps the day before, we had this exact same thing where this fight was drawn out in Painan just simply because of the terrain and everything going around it. That you do tend to have teams that decide not to really engage all that much, instead just stare at each other for a little bit. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if anything will come of that. But for now, the zone, isn't really coming in yet. You got plenty of time to loot on up. And this is where we can start having a little bit of speculation. Is that zone going to go up to the island? I kind of think it might do. If it does, these teams have a heck of a fight ahead of them to get on there.
Yeah. I've got a lovely frown on my face for a few reasons. One is the character was green.
Okay.
Full on green.
Yes.
Haven't seen a green suit. Okay. The other one is just going to be out of curiosity as to, as you were saying, where that zone is going to be taking our squads. Right. We have a few seconds left on the clock until we find out how much time is left before the blue closes up completely. Right. I was gonna say until we find out where the zone's gonna go, and then I remembered, yes, but hang on a second. Blue zone is also still a thing, right? It's gonna have to close it up, but that's gonna be 3.5 minutes. Ooh. That's gonna be a decent chunk of change for these teams to get themselves really fortified into a position where they think the zone is gonna be going. From what I've heard you say, I think this might probably go towards Trifecta.
Yeah. Probably, to be honest. Yeah, I could see that going. And you see OOC actually kind of trying to hedge their bets here as well. And there's a 2-2 split going on. Trifecta Ruins at the moment. The airdrop has moved over towards the Ruins area. Now, this is purely conjecture, not always true, but often the drop will actually go where the zone is going to be going in future stages. So we might see it go over to Ruins, we might not, but that's something to consider. The other thing to consider, though, DK, is this fight going down right now. VPG versus Digital Athletics. Now, Digital Athletics have continued to not really perform as we saw them in week number 1. This fight, this match is going to be super duper important for them if they want any sort of chance at getting through the top 10 in the next 2 games after this one. So this fight between them and VPG, who are on a similar sort of storyline, by the way, really, really need to work out who's going to go out of this alive, because it is going to matter in that leaderboard.
You mean the fight that's not happening?
Well, yes, the fight of stairs, if you will.
Yeah, the potential, the fight of potentiality that could find its way onto our screen or a screen near you. Just not yet. I mean, it's interesting looking at the points that we have here, because Digital and VPG have performed very similarly on this map. The difference being that Digital are one of the few teams that have actually gotten a winner chicken dinner here. Right? We've had 6 prior Sanox, and they are one of the 6 teams that have been able to secure that chicken. So let's see how it goes. And yes, I can hear you gasping for air as Enigma and K12 are starting to throw things back and forth at each other. We did see Elif getting taken down, but the reinforcements, the cavalry has arrived, so not all is lost, and K12 will continue upwards and onwards, I say.
Quite, indeed, you're quite right, but I was just slightly flabbergasted that she was by the rock, she was getting shot at, she tried to cover fire, got up, went to the tree, decided the tree wasn't good, and then sat down right in the exact same place. I mean, sure, if that's going to work, and so far it has, I mean, that's great, but I was just a little surprised that was the play going through there, as yikes, take down the last player of Vio there, never mind continuing to be a fragger for this team. 3 out of those 4 eliminations go over to her right now, and that's going to be Vio out. I'm kind of afraid that I caster cursed him at the beginning of the night, DK, because I did say Vio were one of those teams that I was really looking forward to watch play, and now all they seem to be doing is kind of going out, not necessarily early every time, but not with that many points.
Yeah, your name's not back, so you're not cursing teams.
Well, I don't know. I feel like I share some of his curse a little bit there.
Nah.
Okay.
I think that just comes with the territory.
Yeah.
France.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, the French curse.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, off of that, we are going to be looking at Nova still just drawing nearer and nearer onto a potential sandwich up in by none.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but I mean it's gonna transform into a potential Dagwood because we've got Not Noobs and Dark Angels just over to the east. So I don't really see them moving in this area, but if they so chose to, there could be quite a bit of a thing. They could be going down. Yikes, on the other hand, they have essentially free reign over towards this western front. I mean, there's nobody between here and almost Hatin, right? They can just go straight north and south and not bump into a single soul. So I'm curious as to where they're going to look to kind of get themselves into next.
Yeah, I mean, the same kind of goes for S2G. I mean, if they had the foresight to kind of go all the way around to Camp Alpha and down, they would be without any trouble whatsoever. But of course, they're not going to be really thinking that that's going to be a play they can make, right? And that's fine. That's safe for them. That Ruins Bridge is often very, very much occupied. So they're going to be just going down straight into the south side onto that really nice little compound at the top of the hill there. And K12 and Enigma continue to have this altercation over to the eastern side over on Quarry. You can see that in the elimination feed. Enigma losing one more player, potentially going to get rezzed up there. We don't know just yet, but still, that is danger waiting to happen. The south side getting a little bit more and more occupied, as you were saying before, DK, right? And there's now, 3, 4, 5 teams all in that small area. So something to really look out for, especially considering that either one of these teams that we see right now are also going to join that lot.
Yeah, it's an interesting lot indeed. So the pressure is going to be on to see just how all of that is going to pan out here. For the time being, it is going to be somewhat of a staring contest as Sila does find the play, but Elif, though, or Elif, comes in with a follow-through. That is Mummy being brought on down, so 2 players remain for the rest here of Enigma. But K12, they still have quite a bit of catching up to do, right? Not necessarily with regards to eliminations, but with territory and claim, because they need to get themselves resituated back in towards the zone.
They absolutely do, and that 3.5 minutes we had, basically 3 minutes ago, is no longer 3.5 minutes, it's 30 seconds, and this fight is nowhere near being over. With Enigma having that great little off angle, it means that Sila is not really able to get any advantage onto Bloom here, so a really good little setup coming through from Lobby there, but at the end of the day, it's just delaying either a loss or a win here. And either way, as long as these teams continue in this section of the zone, they're going to be losing.
Let's see how this one is going to play out, though. You don't want to be on the losing end whatsoever. But the zone has moved away, so somehow Bloom either needs to find a way to kind of get out of this spot here, or just try and face the music, maybe just push forward, rush into the side of K12 with the assistance of the teammate coming through. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be heading straight up into boot camp. It's going to be Nato, Remy, trying to just get situated up on the boxes as there are quite a few players held up in the vicinity. And Bloom now has found the knock onslaught towards Zayla, gets a little bit of a strafe, but down they go. Valiant effort coming through here from the Enigma Dolls, but it is going to be K12 to reign supreme, at least over that far eastern side of Zord.
Quite true indeed. But as we head over to the center of zone, it is going to be centering up on boot camp. And now you're starting to see over in Painan that this squad, or these squads rather, have to get into zone ASAP. They've got 15 seconds until that zone starts to move in. Mel's in the background already on that rotation across and into zone. And this is very likely where either of these teams are going to start getting gate kept by the teams to that north side, because now the zone is going to shift. We're already got a center position on boot camp, and to get there from here is really hard work.
Well, I mean, sometimes that really hard work pays off in the end, but it is going to come with quite a bit of a challenge still, as you said, right? The players still have quite a bit of ground to try and cover to get themselves securely lined up and positioned here. But there's going to be a big influx of players and teams still pushing through that southern side here. I mean, VBG not necessarily going to be one of those teams because they are yet to rotate back up in towards zone. But as they move through, they are going to find themselves in the presence of several others, as OOC and the players there from Tasted also start to ramp up the efforts. Of course, they are going to be fighting over towards that more western side of zone. Down south, though, it is going to be Mel's Nova and the Dark Angels find themselves in a bit of a back and forth. It does seem like Lexi is the only one left for that team, though. For how much longer, as we've been seeing quite a bit of an effort being brought through to just kind of, mount the aggression here. Not Noobs also going to be holding just shy towards that southern side.
Goodness me, 3 teams in this tiny little compound is rather unheard of, and that was a fantastic nade that fortunately for Lexi did not do too much damage. It did a lot, but not too much, as we have 15 seconds left until the new zone starts its move in, or rather starts to show the new zone. OC, on the other hand, have moved across from Trifecta, now up, trying to get into Boot Camp Hill, which for some reason is unoccupied except for by a solo of OOC, which is a very interesting occurrence coming on through here. And of course, VPG, I was just about to mention those teams. VPG do go out in the end, so that will be enough for them so far, and Lexi gets taken out by not Noobs at the end of the day. So GG's there. They did hold on as long as they could, but it is not going to be enough. Now Mels are moving on, and so all of a sudden what was 3 teams in this compound is now 1.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty soon it's going to be none, as Not Noobs will have to move up, right? They can't stay out here. They will have to make that play full zone. And meanwhile, it's going to be Mel's Nova now looking to secure the compound. As they start to move up, they find themselves now right there alongside the players coming through from Red Tiam. Hannah is going to be the one that gets knocked on down, but Cat Veins is going to try and respond to that as the utilities now start to fly back and forth. NATO Fenerbahce also starting to have a bit of a disagreement. The usual Athletics running into the side there of Yikes as they start to push up from that southern side, and several points of contention now appearing all across the map, and it's going to continue to be the trend here as the teams continue to push forward. Are we left with only 12?
That's crazy, and it's even crazier that we are seeing this fight between Mels and Tiam. I feel like these are the 2 powerhouses of this lobby coming through head to head, and it's really down to the final bits of HP. Who wins out of this one? Both of them equally doing damage on each other. You're seeing that now with XQ down, but also taking out one of Tiam's. But that's a brilliant nade from Hana. Gonna be taking out all of them there. Hana grabbing 3 eliminations with that one nade alone. And although Cat Veins is down, she will be grabbed back up, and that's another potential MVP for her.
Yeah, and what a play that was, though. I'm just scared to talk too much about that team because there's 30 other players.
Oh, that's so many.
31 other players up, right? I don't think they're gonna get on that same train that they were on previously, but we'll find out soon enough. Up in towards Lobster, though, things are still quite interesting as we've got Fenerbahce and the side here of NATO in a bit of a standoff. Fenerbahce not going to be trying to overextend any kind of position just yet, but NATO also keeping it very quiet, very concise, right? Not going to be making any movement. They're going to wait to see if Fenerbahce could potentially be the team to budge here. But at the same time, if they are keeping this quiet, it allows for a lot of the other teams in the surrounding area to get closer to them. And I mean, it's a problem because the zone has centered up on Bootcamp, right? Bootcamp is the zone now.
Yeah, Bootcamp is the zone, well and truly. I mean, I don't think you can get much more bootcampy than that. And all these other teams are going to have to adjust to that. Now, obviously, NATO and Fenerbahce, they're going to have that advantage that comes with being in here already. Taste it. They moved in, had a great position, but now have to move in. Those smokes are going to allow them to move in fairly without much of a scrape, so that's good for them. They're going to be able to just grab a small compound and do what they can from there. And OOC are trying to still stay up on Bootcamp Hill, but again, they also will have to move in, and tensions soar between NATO and Crew, and that's Taste It going to be trying to get rid of at least one there as Fenerbahce are looking towards OOC to the south side, and this, DK, is where it's all going down.
Yeah, that is where it's all going to happen. I don't think Lobster has received this much love in a very long time. So it's good to see the teams now getting back to the days of old where, Bootcamp was the place to be. It was where all the hot drop action was taking place. So the team's now taking a trip back down memory lane. But fortunately, the zone is still kind of holding on, just shifting to that warehouse towards the southern side where Red Tiam have taken occupancy. So, I mean, this is a tough play because the only other potentially viable position could be right here where we see NATO Remy now moving into, right, just holding on to the edge of this warehouse. And other than that, there's not that much that these teams can look to play for. I mean, compound-wise, they are super, super limited, and there is going to be quite a bit of a fight. So we are going to see the team number drop from 9 down to, I believe, 1, maybe 2 in a matter of moments. And to add to that, the blue zone is going to pressure their hand as well. It is going to be non-noobs, the next team to fall. Down goes yet another team as we drop down to 7. Yikes! Making their way out of here. They do, however, still go out with 9 eliminations up. But S2 and S2G are yet to find any points.
DK, that zone shift is crazy, and the zone is very swiftly putting them into this really awkward position, and NATO falling bit by bit under the onslaught of so many teams, and somehow Red Team have managed to put themselves in center zone again. We'll see what happens there as the zone continues to hard shift. Oh my goodness me, S2 will be going out with 0 eliminations, but honestly, I almost wonder if that's not the better outcome for them, because I would not want to be one of the teams still alive trying to get into that zone.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I think we're looking at a game of hot potato. It's going to be coming through here. I don't see anybody really taking a full-on send, trying to get themselves securely positioned in the zone. I mean, even just looking at what we've got here from Cat Veins is just other than that, there's not much, unless, of course, you go for the play like we see here coming through from Seren, but that play is also only going to be feasible for so much longer, as we do see Remy getting taken on down, Barbie quickly coming through with that follow-up, and that is going to be tasted also, bidding their farewells. OOC Dreamcore hard on their heels, and down to the final three we are, as the pressure now starts to build. NATO getting absolutely demolished. And this is going to be the send here for Nerbache. One gets dropped, one player remains, and that is going to be Licious, but I don't see Licious making it out of this one just yet. Also, then at the same time, S2G holding on to the north, but Cat Veins is going to go for that big brain strategy over here.
She is indeed, but I love this by Saren, right? This off angle hidden behind a bollard means that anybody who tries to come out will get taken down, but Cat Veins may just see her there with her elevated position. Lish is doing the same thing, but none of them are in zone. A great Molotov coming through there. She knows exactly where these players are, and Lucy is going to go on down there. Cat Veins again. That's going to be her third elimination onto the board, and she can just see those toes, I think. She should be able to. Somebody certainly does, as Licious takes out Hannah, but Cat Veins immediately shuts that down, and now it's just S2G and Red Tiam. S2G could really use the points, but Red Tiam looking for their back-to-back winner chicken dinner to succeed in that, and what a game it was for them.
I'm just shaking my head. That's all I'm doing. Like, okay, so for Red Tiam, this is amazing, right? Because I mean they've performed today like we've not yet seen them perform this week, right?
Yeah.
Which is crazy. I mean, they gave us a little bit of a taste yesterday, performing quite well, but today it's just a completely different level, right? Where this team has been hiding all of those skills, I don't know. But remember, back in the first week, I said what we're seeing from these teams is nothing yet. They've got so much more that they are going to let loose as we get further and further into this event. So yeah, Red Tiam, I don't think that they were very satisfied with being sat in third place, right? With climbing 4 positions. They were like, yeah, I guess it's fine, but it's not good enough. And they might have made quite the drastic shift coming into this match. And I'm just scared to even wonder what they'll be doing in the remaining 2 games. But yeah, great opportunity for teams to play quite a bit of an upset. And I think that is pretty much what Red Tiam has committed to doing here today.
They sure have, as we see them another 14 eliminations on top of the 21 they had in the last game, is a 35 elimination point game. 2 games. In 2 games, 35 eliminations in just 2 games is a crazy stat to be able to say. I mean, Red Tiam, when we keep talking about it, but they go on and on and on. And it's crazy. 2,300 damage dealt on top of everything else here. You do see our 255 longest distance elimination coming out from Bazumi from OOC. And I do want to use that as an opportunity to talk about those other teams. OOC did a great job in those rotations. That was a great game from them rotationally. And a lot of the other teams also had high eliminations. They did a really, really good job. It just so happens that Tiam were really able to come out and just knock everybody else out of the water. But still, a very strong game from a lot of other teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that you can fault on OOC and what they brought to the table here, as you've said it already, right? A great play, a great performance on their end, but you also got to give credit over to the side here of Yikes, right? Never mind. Going to be picking up the 6 eliminations and also gets 1,021 damage awarded here. And again, such an aggressive showing, but it's the right map, the right place, right? Sanok, it's the game in which you do that. So yeah, well freaking done here to Yikes, and I'm pretty sure that they're going to feel quite satisfied with that performance because, I mean, they've also been bringing in some strong efforts here today, right? Before this match, they were able to secure themselves 10 points for the day. I mean, for the match players there. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna butcher your name if I try and say that. I have to practice a little bit.
Gelovia? Maybe? Something like that. Yeah. Please DM me. I want to know how to pronounce that. But yeah, so really, really good damage and eliminations coming through. And actually, they're all very, very even, right? There's really not that much difference between them. And so it is starting off very much an even fight amongst these teams. So far, okay, yeah, it's only game one. Am I exaggerating? Maybe a little bit. But so far, it's looking like it's going to be a very even, narrow point gap between these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what we want to see, right? The teams keeping it very contentious, keeping it quite challenging. It's not going to be an easy push to try and climb all the way up to into that top 10 position. But what's nice, at least the first day for Group A and B playing right here, is that there's only 16 teams, right? So either which way, they'll all at least end up in the top 16, right? It's only once we add the next group on that the pressure starts building, and that is where especially the teams in Group A are going to start wondering, right, have they done enough to secure their overall positioning, right? Because if you look at the players here from AOR, they are, of course, part of Group A. So the same can be said here for the players from Zeus as well. So I'm expecting them to really give it their all today and tomorrow, seeing that those are the only days that they have to perform. So starting it off like this, I think, really sets a good foundational standard for them moving through the rest of the day.
It absolutely is. I mean, there is always, not only is it only top 10 now that go through, but it is also the fact that you have an extra day where you don't get to play at all and others do. So that's going to be a lot of pressure coming in, which means every game has to count that much more. But DK, we are done with Erangel now. We're going to be getting into Miramar very, very shortly. But before that, we're going to be taking a short break, so stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop, and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the 4 Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend. The land has been enveloped by the powers of the four Guardians. Throughout your cultivation journey, you'll run into various encounters and challenges. Sometime into a match, spirit-collecting bells will appear, and all surviving teams will be separated into groups. Each group is assigned one spirit-collecting bell, whose location is visible to members of the teams in the group. Approach the bell and interact with it for supplies to drop, and to activate a countdown. You can sound the bell repeatedly during this time. Each interaction provides supplies and shortens the countdown. The elemental powers will form a crate at the end of the countdown, after which the spirit-collecting bell will run out of power and can no longer be used. Open the crate to get tons of rewards. Note that other teams in the same group will battle for the same bell. Use the mini-map to determine how many players are nearby. Also, skill cooldowns are reduced in the bell's vicinity, so use them to your advantage to guard the bell's rewards. Sacred Quartet's final challenge is to unite the four Sacred Guardians. During Sacred Quartet, you'll be able to pick up elemental fragments in matches. Use the fragments in the Elemental Clash event to combine elements. When you and your teammates each bring a different element into a match, and all members survive until victory is attained, the Guardians United Challenge will be completed. Players who complete the challenge for the first time can claim 200 elemental fragments from the event page and will unlock the new Guardians United achievement. Embark on your sacred cultivation journey now and forge your story into its own legend.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Game number 1 out of the way. We're looking for game number 2, DK. This is looking to be really a heated game. See what I did there? But a really good heated game indeed, especially after those performances over on Erangel. We saw some heavy hitting games, heavy hitting points coming into that first game of the day. And Miramar should be no different.
Well, Yeah, maybe, right?
Maybe.
It's gonna be an interesting one, because looking at the groups that we have participating, right? Zeus is essentially the only one out of them that has had a winner chicken dinner over here. Right, but that was last week's statistics. That's not this week's statistics, right? That could all change quite easily.
True.
So it's going to be up to these teams to prove themselves, how they're going to look to kind of play through this. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on Ida Esports to see what they're going to be bringing through, seeing that they've been the most aggressive team out of this lobby in the previous week. So they've shown that they like Miramar quite a bit. So I want to see how far that extends. Will it roll over on to this week, or will we have some other teams looking to come knocking at the door?
I also want to know if there's going to be a couple of sneaky hot drops. I mean, we did see one in Picado last week, but neither of those teams are actually with us this week. So we might see completely new hot drops, completely new teams, but honestly, the way that these teams are playing and the way that we only have 16 teams rather than the 18, I don't think that's really going to be on the cards, especially not for Miramar, which is such a big map, right? Maybe a little bit of Sandhawk, you could see that, you could see the reasoning for it, but not on a map like this, especially as that zone moves over. I mean, it's not center, but it's kind of center to the majority of the land, right? That's a decent chunk of the map being used right there. So the zone is not too bad at all. And in fact, we do have a hot drop, though, over on Picado and over by Power Grid as well.
Ooh. Right, so yeah, we'll take it. We've got Script Monarchy being one of our first teams in that hot drop, going toe-to-toe here with Digital Athletics. So I'm curious as to what Digital are going to be looking to bring in here. They've not had the craziest run in the previous Miramar, so maybe this one they'll look to take it that step further. The same can be said about Script, right? Both teams, they've not really shown their full potential on the. This could maybe give us a bit of to what that could be coming into this week. This positioning that both teams have here, right? Script Monarchy up to the north, the Digital down towards that south side, and both kind of respecting the space. Yes, we do see Digital with a bit of an expansion going through here, starting to try and maybe move up that wide. But again, nothing overly, right? Both teams a good assessment as to what's cooking.
Yeah, and that's where the information is going to be so vital. These positions are both really good for that information gathering, and that's what you really want. The other advantage is, of course, that both of these teams have an exit. They have a way out, right? But I don't think Script Monarchy are looking to take that out when it's been given to them, and we'll see how that goes for them. As I don't have a much calmer start to their game, right? We got a lot of vehicles coming through here. And then we move over to the big one, Picado. The Picado hot drop here, DK. It's Zeus versus Zykazit. And unfortunately, I'm kind of feeling like it is going to be a red building fight, as it always is. And it's just like, why?
Well, it's okay. It's okay. It can go for red buildings. It can go essentially for any colored buildings it wants to go for. For the time being, we are going to be looking right here. It's going to be Script and Digital, both teams now trying to make the most of the angles. I like the fact here that Script went for a bit of a play, trying to push up that eastern side over on towards Digital. But, I mean, Digital, I think they kind of knew something was coming. Because looking at the way that they just kind of fell back onto those ridge lines in anticipation of the push is actually paying out quite well here for them. And another potential point of contention that we have, of course, is right here up into the casino and the rest of the area up in towards Picado. We've got the players here from Zeist and Zeus, right? So a bit of that double Z action coming through here. Both teams going to be looking to get themselves a little bit of a something, right? And I like the fact here that Zeist actually went for a nice wraparound play. They've encircled Zeus.
Well, that's the kind of formations you want to be seeing, but Zeus have fairly wisely put themselves up into the red buildings, of course, and we all know that that becomes a very long, drawn-out fight, and potentially not one that Zeitgeist actually want to have happen. They might just decide to go away and opt out, but we'll see how that starts to shape up there. We'll see. I mean, they're not really all that looted up, to be honest. Yes, they've got armor, they've got weapons, but they don't have any meds. I mean, Maisie has nothing. She's got one smoke, and that is it. There's not much utility coming through for Maisie, and perhaps that's why she's on the back line, and hopefully Kylie has something a little bit better there, because, yeah, she does not have the sight line able to cover her teammate, and Cry is looking like she's in a little bit of trouble as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting play coming through from the side of Zeus. They don't necessarily have, I think, adequate information to make that push. Right, they know where some of the players are, but they don't know where the dangerous players are positioned. So I think this is why we did see Kylie getting taken on down. Right, Zeus did try to push up towards the north, but unfortunately, Zeist just had a slightly more superior angle on towards them. So yeah, things starting to lean at least in the favor of Zeiss, but now the pressure is on Zeus as to how they're going to look to respond to this, right? Because Zeiss slowly starting to converge up towards the north, still keeping that 2-2 split up, which I think is a good call on their end. But Zeus now find themselves in a 1-1-1 split. So that makes it quite challenging, because if something was to go wrong here for either of Zeus, there's nothing that they can really do to assist their teammate.
It's very true. I mean, I do appreciate what Zeus was trying to do there. Oh, nice little off angle, and Sona does just duck down in time. But I do appreciate what Zeus was trying to do, right? They were trying to start the fight. They were trying to be aggressive with it. Unfortunately, yeah, the positioning just didn't really allow for that, and it has rather allowed Darcy to get a nasty little spray over to Cry, and now Batsu does go down as well here. It's just Maisie left alive, the one player without any meds to speak of. Will she get one? No, she cannot get the knock, and Zeus, following that second place, that huge game for them, they go out with 0.
Yeah, that was a good showing though from Zeiss Gazid here. A true depiction of divide and conquer. Right? They split Zeus up, well, Zeus split themselves up, and then Zeitgeist was just like, well, thanks, now we don't have to do that part, but we'll do the other bit, right? We'll push up and kind of just take you off of this map. So I think a very well executed strategy coming through here from Zeiss. But now comes the next bit, right? They have nobody in their immediate area that they need to be too concerned about. We did see S2 dropping a little bit further down towards that southern side, but it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be infringing on their position up towards the north. However, I think it's a good opportunity for Zeiss now to maybe get themselves a little bit further in towards that zone, because looking at where the flight path was, all these teams were pretty much over onto the perimeter of the zone.
I'm wondering. The zone, I'm wondering, because the zone has quite moved away from the plane path, right? The plane path was very northwesternly, and we're starting to see a lot of these rotations coming through now, which means a lot of those teams are not actually really in the position they want to be. This is where we're going to start to see a lot of rotational knocks coming through, as you start to see it right now. Hate Me going down. Will she go out? Probably not at this distance, at this range, but, Yikes now being stalled on their pathward in, and S2 Pmewl could potentially grab a couple of points here if they so desired. We'll have to see how that works out for them. But yeah, this is where I think we've entered the stage of the game now, DK, where the zone, or rather the teams, are going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, it could be quite dangerous indeed. And I think this is kind of what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams being challenged, being pushed, and they have to try and make the most out of the situation.
there. We'll have to see how that goes for them. But Zeitgeist here, they are going to be looking to finally move out of Picado, and for a lot of these teams, they can just have this leisurely rotation. They don't have to worry too much about the zone because, you know, it's early yet. It's early days. The zone's not moving in yet. I do appreciate the early rotations because that does mean that if you get in there early, you have more time before the next phase, so you can plan a little bit more ahead. So I do like this, and it's interesting that we're seeing that from the majority of teams.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy to be taking right here.
Oh,
Now, it is, of course, still Pmewl Nova playing a little bit of bumper cars here with themselves over towards
twice.
the edge of zone. But zone is going to slowly start moving on up. Of course, they find themselves towards that southwestern front still, right? We did see them out in the blue, now just making their, we could call it landfall, right? Looking to get themselves patched up and ready for whatever the opposing teams could be throwing at them. But realistically, Minas del Valle, rather, where they found themselves, wasn't all too occupied, right? TPS, they've moved up from that southern side. Again, not an overly aggressive push that we've seen come through. But I think it's also still just that due diligence that is being done here, right? TPS trying to advance and find themselves a good position to go home for the time being. But I'm also interested to see what's going to be happening over towards that Chumacera position. OOC taking occupancy, and there's nobody else at this point in time that is looking to contend for that. But it's all going to depend, of course, on how this next zone is going to be shifting.
It is indeed, and I think you're seeing a lot of those teams decide that it is going to go to the west a little bit. It's going to center up, but it's going to also go to that western side. Chumacera and Los Leones both going to be inside it. What is interesting is that you're also not seeing any teams in the graveyard, La Bandita. You're not seeing anybody onto the south side of Los Leones on those cliff sides either. There's a lot of open ground for teams who might want to take it, but they seem to be preferring to actually kind of go up against each other and favor where they think zone is actually going to be going. And for a lot of these teams, the idea seems to be the same.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about same ideas, the Zeitgeist, they've decided to move out of Picado, moving up onto the hills, and that's where Valle finds themselves situated. So, yeah, they're all now getting ready for a little bit of a discussion as to who will be holding on to the territory. Of course, that zone has come through as well. We've now just jumped into our second phase, so that is going to spark a few moves coming through from a few teams. As you can see, Pmewl's now moving slightly further up north, so that means the zone gave us a nice northern shift. Doesn't seem to be all that aggressive, but that's kind of the norm over on the map here of Miramar. That first initial zone is sometimes the wacky one, and then from there, things kind of just goes a little bit smoother. So it does provide the teams with a little bit of peace of mind, I'd say. They don't have to stress all that much getting their follow-up rotations secured. Yikes, though, also still going to be looking quite comfortable. We just see them over on towards that more southern side. They've moved up a little bit closer towards Chumacera, but again, not a full commit, right? Just kind of getting up close to the area here, trying to see if they can maybe spot a few stragglers.
And I don't hate the idea either, right? There's going to be a lot of those late rotations. It depends on where you are in the zone, but if you're ideally situated, you're catching both the late stragglers and the early birds at the same time, right? Those early rotations will go past you just as much as the late ones. So there's an opportunity for a lot of eliminations going your way as TPS Cupquake here and Enigma Dolls, they found each other just outside of zone, which means that, as you were earlier, everybody's predictions were correct. It has gone center, but more westernly than easternly, and so a lot of these teams were actually correct in their predictions as well. But Enigma Dolls, yeah, looking at Cupquake here as the rest of her team looks at the rest of that team as well. There's a lot of intermingling going on here. You got a couple of different 1-2 splits across the board as a team from above does look to actually look over this and try and third party this at the same time. And Cupquake realizes her danger. That's a great off angle coming in from Mami there, but that means that Cupquake sees the danger and goes straight back to the compound.
Yeah, but it's an interesting angle here by Enigma Dolls because they're essentially trying to gatekeep TPS from gaining that position up in towards the zone. But they got to be careful because if TPS TS really wants this. They are not going to let themselves be bullied by Enigma Dolls. We can see now, I'm trying to send out a little bit of a barrage here. Bloom cooking that nade a little bit too long. It does come a bit short. Sends out another one, trying to kind of recover a bit of that opportunity. But I think especially looking at Mummy should now start to turn their attention over onto the side of Ida. That is going to be looking to make that push towards zone as well, right? You don't want to get caught off guard. Mummy now seems rotating up here, trying to just reinforce the position. But I hope that Mummy has spotted Ida up on the hill.
Yeah, because of all the teams to be lurking in the distance, Ida is one of the scarier ones to have on the hill above you for sure. And they could do some really, really bad stuff to you if you're not careful. Just like Fire is actually looking out over onto TPE, or rather, sorry, Yikes. They're looking at Yikes as they try and make their hasty retreat there and get rid of Enigma, leave them behind. Ida are trying to call them back a little bit. So still, the danger is not over for Yikes, and Enigma do have to be careful as we see OOC Dreamcore, I have to say, in one of my favorite spots on Miramar. That church outside of Chibasera is such a great spot to have.
Yeah, especially looking at how the zone has shifted up, it does provide them with quite a bit of a vantage point to play off of. So, yeah, let's see what they can make happen with that angle. In the meanwhile, it is going to be A3 still keeping a very tight angle here on towards S2. S2 with a very challenging position to play out of, right? I'm not quite sure how they found themselves in such a complicated spot, but let's see if they can bounce back from that. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Yikes. Also now just trying to alleviate a little bit of the pressure, tension that is starting to build around them. Ida also starting to poke and prod up into the side of Enigma. As I mentioned before, they needed to watch out for that, and that is exactly what has now come to pass. OOC though, like this aggression, starting to push, starting to play, trying to break through into the side here of Pmewl's. Having varying levels of success in doing so, but that is what we like to see, right? You're still going to try and keep that angle up. I like the smoke as Bazumi tries to cover the way for 7. Now to quickly just get out of dodge. Enigma Dolls will make their way back into the lobby, but OOC now trying to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they are, but Enigma does go out to Ida, so the warning from before was very much a threat going forward there, but Ida going to move forward with 4 eliminations there. And OOC Dreamcore somehow, I think, are going to be able to get, yeah, they do. They get their teammate back up and running. Their backup is 4, so Pmewl now have to be careful with how they play this. They no longer have that advantage. And it's also going to be difficult to do anything with this, right? Because that compound has some big sides to it, but the middle bit is actually very, very open. It's a very open compound, and when you have teams as close as you have in this match, in this phase of the game, it is going to be a difficult thing to try and fight that and fight everybody else at once. So it could be one of those things where actually it's just easier to let them stay in that compound and just, you know, kind of scowl at them from time to time through the window. But we'll see how that goes for them as we look over to AOR Silently, our big winners of the Erangel match. They're up to 2 eliminations at the moment. Not the most massive count we've seen from them, but it is stage 4, and we're looking as the zone gets closer and closer to see more from them as we go over to Ida as well, just trying to full send their way into zone and being surrounded by teams. And actually, it doesn't really look like it's going to be all that fantastic for them, but maybe Taste It are going to change all that. No, indeed, she cannot get those hits off effectively. Now she's got 2-2 split, that is, as Taste It will take that point, and Ida, after such a great start to the game, will have to move on as a duo.
But it's an interesting development that we're looking at here, because Ida, Tasted, and the players there from Balls Gaming have all been close to each other since the previous zone.
True.
So they've not really made major moves. Well, Athena goes flying through trees, because why not? Right, you're going to add some extra excitement onto this match. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Yikes and Digital trying to kind of piece things together down on that far southern side. Well, it's going to be easy though for Digital, as they don't have to piece anything together for the remainder of this game. Their performance has been sealed up, one elimination to their name. TPS though also does succumb to the blue as Cupquake shivers their way on out of here. Now it is down to our 12 remaining teams, and Zeitgeist still, I think this is actually quite a decent position that they've got here. I mean, sure, they're not in zone, but they've got great lines of sight onto the teams positioned to the south of them. And as we saw in that first week, usually right about this point of the game, right, a team that is positioned towards the north most of the time has a pretty decent run with regards to the follow-up phases.
They sure do, and I'm ensconced with this positioning here across two dominant hills, both outside the zone, both equally strong, and it's going to be a really is going to be a battle of wills as to who is going to win that out. And I'm also shocked that at stage 5 we still have 12 teams left alive, and I think that's going to very quickly dwindle as we start to see a lot of vehicles being on the move right now. And Taste is going to be the first to taste a little bit of death there as their second player goes on down. I think, yeah, there we go, and that's going to be Monarchy going down, A3 having a bit of a hard time. Boar is just trying to take as many of these points as they possibly can, and this eastern side is looking quite busy as Amelia has to get into zone herself there. There we go. She's got to grab that buggy and get out of dodge just a little bit. Yikes, still have a great position in zone. What is it with these cars? Great position in zone for Yikes. Great position for Zyke is it, and AOR move off the hill first. They're in a nice little compound for the moment, but they're still outside of zone. Boars as well, and actually somehow it's the duo of Ida that are the best situated.
Yep, I mean, they've got a solid position there now to play out of, but let's see what is going to happen towards the southern edge of zone. Boars Gaming just making sure that the coast is clear before they start sending it on forward. But I still say, Zeitgeist, they've got a phenomenal position here. I mean, I wasn't sure at first, but now looking at how the zone has played out, it has now evolved into quite the angle. And still, they're not within zone. They still have 90-odd meters to go. But it's going to be a slow, steady push moving on forward, and they can just use this elevated angle now to their advantage and kind of let the rest of the lobby just settle it for them. Still going to be quite watchful there of AOR, right? It's not going to be just a clear send, but it does seem to be a little bit easier than it could have been. And now it's not going to be all that easy though for Venus, the solo player left for the squad here, trying to hold on. That airdrop coming in like a cherry on top of the cake, just sitting there in the middle of the fight. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, there's some extra loot here should you want it. You're probably not going to get it, but you can try and come pick it up. And this is now where Zeitgeist find themselves in. Quite an interesting spot. Actually getting saved there as the sprays just rained on in. That was Pmewl's Nova taking down Yikes, who just rushed up onto Zeitgeist here. And of course, as we can see, the pressure has all but dissolved over on towards that northeastern side of the zone. So, yeah, I think there's still a bit of an opportunity for Zeitgeist to maybe get themselves into a very strong contentious position here, but it's all going to rely on what is happening over down towards the southern side.
It really is. It really matters for both of these teams that they finish this fight as soon as possible, and OOC is not looking like it's going to go in their favor. Just a solo. It is Bazumi. She could do something in a 1v2, but it's a really hard ask, and unfortunately it's too hard. 2 eliminations at a top 4 position is not bad for the start of the day, and it does, as you say, leave room for Zeitgeist here to actually do something, right? You've got these 2 teams looking at each other. Unfortunately, they have a lot more cover than you do, and they're more in zone, so it is going to be difficult for Zeitgeist to actually do something massive here, but certainly there could be a couple more points along the way for them.
Yeah, I mean it's a tough spot here for Zeitgeist to play off of. As you know, I'm not a big fan of smokes this late in the game because it does make your position pretty damn obvious. But they don't have any other options, right? That's the only way that they could potentially get back in towards that zone. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Pmewl Nova and Boars Gaming going at each other, just having a bit of a back and forth, bit of an altercation, bit of an exchange. But you got to watch out.
There we go.
Oh, that is going to be an unfortunate end for Zeitgeist. At least, though, made it top 3, right? But look at this board. Boars now already on 14 eliminations. They've decided to kind of just bounce back as aggressively as they can, and they just poking into anything and everything that is moving around them. And I mean, it doesn't really come as too much of a surprise based on what we saw from them in the prior Miramars. But so far, things are looking to play out quite favorably for them here. I mean, Pmewls and Boars, both teams had the exact same amount of eliminations. But that's going to be it. Boars Gaming, they closed it up. They were like, you know what, thanks for coming. We'll take it from here. And they end the run there for Pmewl Nova to claim the chicken dinner for themselves. And again, the team who gets the chicken ends up well within those double-digit elims.
That's very, very true. I mean, you got 24 points on the board there, or 26 probably. As you see that, I'm actually quite surprised that Boars did win. It's a big step up from what we've seen from them before, right? They have had no wins on Miramar before, and they've not had that many points on Miramar before either. But this is what we were talking about since the beginning of the show, right? Where you have this new phase, this new stage that has increased its intensity, and you've got to increase your intensity along with it. So this is the kind of games we need to continue seeing in order for those teams to get the points they need.
Yeah, no, you can't argue with that fact, and it's interesting to see kind of just how the dynamics shift and how the teams try to kind of play their hands, right? I mean, the zone presented a few challenging shifts as the teams try to make their plays, but looking at a team like Pmewls, for instance, just like how far they've rotated, right? The rotation that they brought with them, it was a pretty crazy rotation, right? Because at the start of the day, they dropped all the way in Pozo, right? From Pozo, they went down towards that western side, all the way around the southern front, you know, kind of moving in, sneaking their way on forward, continuing to apply pressure where they couldn't. Well, things went in specific directions. Boars, on the other hand, they dropped not too far from where Pmewl Nova were, but they just went straight down. They were like, well, we're north, we're going to go south and just keep going south until we land ourselves a winner chicken dinner, and that is exactly what they did. So well done to them.
Yeah, a big GG's going their way. 17 eliminations, and I'm going to say something that's slightly controversial, not really, but maybe, is that even when we had our Group A, even with Galatasaray, I don't think we saw this big or this consistent of big games, right? We had maybe a 13 elim game or we had a 9 elim game, but only a couple of times did we have a win that also came with at least 16 eliminations. And this time we've had back-to-back of exactly that.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see if that trend is going to continue throughout the remainder of the day. But one thing that's new, though, is going to be, well, 1100 damage on board, right? Falia locking in 7 eliminations and, of course, getting a complimentary bell from Natura.
Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. There you go. 7 eliminations. Again with the 0 assists. What is with the MVPs of the matches? Just having it all for themselves. No assists. They're like, no, you can't have this elim. This is mine. 7 eliminations. Thank you very much. 1,100 damage. So Pmewls as well proving that they had just as good of a game, except they just didn't get that win.
Yeah, close enough, right? It's close. It's still, as you said, a pretty good game coming through. But of course, speaking about good games, good stats, we are going to take a look to see where this whole match has led us towards, right? So 7 eliminations going to bode quite well, but if we look at that, right? It is 70% of the total eliminations coming through for males, at least in this match. So Boris going to be feeling quite happy with their 27 points alongside their name. Looking at the rest of the teams, though, again, right, the elimination counts continue to flow all the way towards 13th place yet again, but it's up to about 10th place where we can see some decent elimination counts making their way on through. And I think especially looking at Boars, this is a good bounce back for them, seeing that they had not the most favorable performance over on Erangel to start the day off with. So sneaking in, or not sneaking in, but come running in with 27 points, that's a good statement to make.
That is an excellent statement to make. And also for AOR, this was a decent game. I mean, they didn't have a massive game, but they do still get 7 total points, right? Which means that they are able to keep ahead, even though Boars had such a strong game that equaled theirs, or even went actually 1 point ahead of theirs. With that good result for Miramar, they are able to stay ahead, unlike DK Zeus. I don't know what happened with Zeus, but they just went out very, very quickly. 0 eliminations, 0 placement points. Now, all of a sudden, they went from a position of strength to having to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just how the shift goes, right? That is just what the game brings on through. I mean, it's not going to be too costly for Zeus, right? They still find themselves up in that 5th position, so there's still a big opportunity for quite a bit of bouncing to come back into this game. Enigma Dolls, though, want to see them let it loose a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We've had the first 2 games done and dusted now, so this could be the opportunity moving into the next map to really unlock all the carnage that they can find for their side. We've seen the players from Tasted, we've seen the players from Script Monarchy showcase their capabilities in last week's performances. We want to see a little bit more something come through from the Enigma Dolls, right? Because the last time we saw them over on Sanhok, yeah, it was with varying results of amazement, and we want amazing levels of surprises to come on through.
Yeah, we really, really do. Fingers crossed Enigma can maybe do something a little bit better in the Sanhok that will be coming up. But of course, you all know the drill by now. Before that, we will be heading to a short break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. We're about to go into what is my favorite map of the evening. We're about to get into Sandhawk DK. There's all the chaos you need in one tiny map right there as we head on in, where 16 teams will be going head-to-head as that zone gets smaller and smaller.
Oh yes, smaller and smaller indeed. That is what we're going to be looking at to see where these teams will try and get themselves situated, as we have ourselves a western flight path, but it is Sandhawk, so it doesn't matter too much where exactly the flight path is. The teams can still get themselves pretty adequately situated, irrespective of the flight path itself. But I think the big question here is, of course, where that zone is going to be going, right? And how these teams are going to be looking to kind of make their plays through it, because that zone utility or utilization could be the thing that takes them all the way. Speaking about all the way, it's Yikes and Vio that find themselves all the way down towards Sami and already getting into a bit of a tussle.
Aren't they just? That's really surprising to see from both of these teams here, to be honest. And we have actually more than one hot drop going on. Boars, our last game's winners, and Digital Athletics. What is it with the winners of the last game and hot dropping? We saw it with Zeus, unfortunately going out early there. I mean, yes, they didn't win, okay, but like doing well in this previous match and then going head-to-head straight off the bat here seems to be a trend that we're seeing. And honestly, DK, I don't like it all that much, but the zone has shifted and we're seeing that countdown start to go off.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the countdown though. It is going to be a slow, steady countdown. There's still 2 minutes and a lot of change left before we get anywhere close to what that blue zone is going to be bringing on through. But yeah, Boars Digital, both teams finding themselves in a bit of a stare down here without seeing the opposing team on the opposite end. But I'm curious as to how this one is going to play out, because, I mean, Boars historically have only found themselves 2 points on this map, all of which has come through from eliminations. Looking over to the side of Digital, they found a winner-winner chicken dinner and 16 points in total, right? 6 of those, of course, being eliminations. The other 10 obviously is the chicken dinner itself. So yeah, statistically speaking, Digital might have the upper hand, but that might have just been Boars, as we said, right? Not really worrying all too much about Sanhok, and it's okay, because Sanhok is that map where teams can try and make up for points that they felt they might have lost out on in the first 2 games. So I'm curious as to how both these squads are going to look to take this. I like this nice little bit of a trade-off going either side. It is looking to be quite favorable now for the Bulls. They've got themselves an elimination. There's 2 players up, and Amelia going all the way around, going for the full wrap approach. And look at this. It's going to be Boars Gaming just absolutely encircling the players here from Digital Athletics.
They really are, but notice how what Amelia is doing is drawing the attention of Digital Athletics away. It's distracting them a little too much, in my opinion. As Logica comes over, she's going to be able to get this res now because they're not even looking in her direction. She's been allowed to move over. Now they start to look again. And look, as the team of Boars moves back, it seems like perhaps that entire play was only to get that res.
Well, they got to watch out, because Athletics, they did start moving out, so Logica could get fired upon, as Silent does exactly that. Leah going in for the rest, trying to get the team back on their feet. A quick little bit of a push here, but both teams now have had the opportunity to get their wounded back up. Oh, but at the same time, the Boars have sprung into action, just swooping on through, and now just absolutely disassembling what is left here of the Athletics team. Digital Athletics have 1 left. It is going to be Sila now trying to make a run for the north, trying to get the heck out of Dodge. But with 4 players hot on your heels, there's not a lot of options available to you.
Well, yeah, especially when look at the ground behind her. It's so open, she cannot even hope to get across there, and Boars know it. So we will be looking probably at her going out very, very soon here. She's not even inside the building, actually. She's actually behind it. I'm surprised that they didn't see her there, but should be able to be spotted very soon. There you go. And that's going to be our first team out. Digital Athletics are not having the day we expected them to be honest, DK. After last week, they put on such a strong performance, I thought, that really we thought we would see more from them here.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they're the only team in this group, right, this week, that has had the opportunity of getting their hands on a winner chicken dinner on this map. But, right, as you said before, also, we've not seen that many Sanoks being played, right? So they've only played 2. So, yeah, it's not really something we can draw a lot of statistics from, if we're being fair about the whole situation. But what is quite nice, though, is the fact that the teams have started to really commit to getting themselves situated down south. We did see Ace 3 and as well as Ida, that was the players from Zeus, passing by each other. Not necessarily taking an engagement, but they came pretty dang close. And another development that we are also noting on the feed is that there's a little bit of something brewing over in towards Trifecta, as well as right here, just over towards the western side of Quarry.
Yeah, there sure is, and it's actually a lot of happenings over by the Quarry side, as a lot of teams are deciding that this is where it's going to center up, and so there we go. We're going to be seeing a couple more teams leave us very early on, and S2 moving into now that 4 elimination bracket, that squad wipe bracket, one of only 2 so far, but I tell you what, Vio are vying for that as well. Mel's down to Yikes down to just a solo there because because of Vio very early on in the game. And I really have to admire Vio. They're very plucky. I mean, as soon as I mentioned them, they're going down in the elimination feed there, but they're very plucky. Even if they're down to a solo, they do not hesitate to try and get as many eliminations as possible. And in this game so far, it seems to be working out for them. They do lose one as the altercations continue to go down, but could all turn around very, very quickly on Sandhawk, as we know. But Script Monarchy trying something here. I did notice, DK, that A3 did split off a little bit. One of the A3 players didn't get off of the plane until the very, very end, when the rest of her teammates had gone out much earlier. So they were able to actually get res or return, regroup, as it were, and actually regroup in such a way as to really scare Script Monarchy here. But unfortunately for A3, it doesn't seem to be working out quite the way they wanted it to. We do see 2 down for them now, and they aren't just a solo. But Zeus may have something else to say about it. We'll see, as that is going to be a flush and a knock as well.
Yeah, I was about to say that they need to be watchful for Zeus that we have on the offside here, because Script Monarchy essentially got themselves quite a bit of a sandwich. A very loose sandwich, but a sandwich nonetheless. So, yeah, things slowly getting taken apart here. A3 still have quite a bit of an opportunity to kind of pick themselves back up and start pushing on forward. So not all hope is lost for A3 just yet, but you were talking about the engagements that we are seeing come through. It does seem like the pressure on towards Vio has ceased, at least for the time being, but they do find themselves still having to try and deal with this blue zone. So Aurora, it is fortunately still only stage number 2, so the blue zone is going to not be too devastating, but you definitely want to get the heck out of Sami, because otherwise that is going to be the end of your map right then and there. Aurora getting that medkit, or that, the medkit applied, so they should be okay, at least for the time being. In the meanwhile, looking closer towards center zone, it's going to be Ida as well as TPS, just having a bit of a stare down here. Both teams just hoping for a bit of an opportunity here. You can see Cupquake knows that there's something happening in the vicinity. He's got that angle in the compound, so it's going to be up to Athena and the rest of the players here from Ida Esports to decide whether or not they're going to allow to share some of that information with TPS.
It is a bit of a quandary indeed. There's not that much visibility onto the rest of TPES, but it is certain that Ida have the better position in terms of that high ground, and Cupquake as well to be wary. So far in zone, they're fine, right? Quarry is kind of slap bang in the middle of this circle, so they don't have that to contend with at least, which at least gives them time to be able to make this play. But you do see there are certain teams waiting in the wings, and they know this. There must be fights going on elsewhere. Tasty and Boars, though, 2 down for Boars over in the elimination feed, and I will just say that as they go out very swiftly there, I don't even know what happened, but they are still, or were still up onto the island, right? The North Island. And as they came through ruins, it looks like they did fall straight through into Taste It. So that is where that's coming from. But it was a very, very late rotation from Boars.
Yeah, it was not the quickest one that we've seen from their side, but, I guess it'll work, at least for the time being. Speaking about rotations, though, it's going to be S2 and AOR. We've seen them have a bit of a back and forth for a little while now. It's going to be Freya keeping close eye here. We got Anissa just rotating up, trying to get back onto their teammate, but it's still going to be a 3-piece over onto the S2 side here. AOR holding on with 3 of their own, now looking to make that 4 yet again. And if AOR could turn this one around, it could still be quite a bit of an opportunity. Also, just before that zone decides where it wants to go, Kitty trying to dodge the shots all over the place, but unfortunately not tap dancing fast enough. S2 female, now they've smelt it, right? They can taste the blood in the air. They're going to look to move on in. We've got Petesha trying to find a little bit of a way, a bit of an approach to kind of contest with the rush that is going to be coming on forward, but Freya and teammates not going to be holding back. They send it in, and they sweep them away. AOR silently make their way out. Off they go, 1 elimination to their name.
Seems like it was a bit of a curse to win the first game, because after that, they've not done as well. I mean, yes, I did praise them for keeping that a little bit of that consistency with 7 points total in the last game, but this is 1 point on Sandhawk. Now, that's not the end of the world, it's only a Sandhawk, but still, it has not been as good as that first win that we saw from them, as Enigma now trying to do something, but again, DK, it's not going well for them at all. 0 eliminations, and really, they're down to just a duo, possibly a solo after Bloom does get it done, though, so a nice, good job there from Bloom. She is going to get that 1 elim, and in so doing, confirm another 2 for her team. So it is going it's going better for them. I'm not going to say it's going very well, because I was just saying it wasn't. It's going better now.
Sure. I mean, you've also said before that it's going quite goodly for them, so we'll go with that. It went goodly for them. So
I think that's a lie.
Well played on that one. But speaking about played, look at the zone. It has now revealed itself. It is closer and closer to Quarry, as well as a bit of Cave in there as well. So if S-Proxy was here, she'd be quite happy with Cave being available right there. TPS, of course, going to be holding nice and steady towards that southern side. Bio and Mel's going to look to find an approach moving forward. I'm curious as to whether or not Mel's are maybe going to try and sneak over towards Docks and then rotate up from that side, or are they just going to swim straight across to the opposite bit of land ahead of them? But it's interesting to see, though, Boars and AR, the 2 teams that were sitting at the top of the leaderboard, are now out quite early, right? Both the chicken dinner winners, as you've mentioned, they've now gone back to go warm up that lobby. But Boars, that last performance actually awarded them 13 positions, right? So quite a bit of a jump. So it's quite goodly to see that come through. So let's see where the teams are going to go with this play, though. Enigma Dolls, the team that needs to crack this Sandhawk wide open, right? They need to get themselves all the points that they can find, because so far they've only had 1 point today, and that came a little bit earlier on. Speaking of which, though,
wait.
yeah, 7. Just like, you know what? Let's do a bit of a dance, have a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, and secure a few additional eliminations. That, of course, being OOC's first elim for this match here. So let's see, will they be able to find any more?
I'm confused by that. I thought that was her teammate, not an enemy, the way she moved in. I was so confused there for a second until she started shooting, but there you go. Script Monarchy will be going out, but at least with 1 elimination, at least at some points, right? But S2 having a much better game this time around. I think they went out fairly early on the Miramar, and now we see 8 eliminations from them, so it is looking to be a good game for them. They're currently who we're talking about, S2. So they're on the north side, and they are outside of zone here. They are outside of zone, but they will have only 150 meters to go to get there. So it's not too bad of a spot to be in, to be honest. Again, Ida somehow in the middle of this zone, and this time they do have all 4 left alive. So a little bit more dangerous of a team than they were in the Miramar with just the 2 up. And DK, I do want to mention swiftly here that Yikes have a solo. They've been a solo since almost the beginning of the game, right? And they made such a huge rotation around. They're now on the eastern side in Kampong, away from zone, but at least safe.
Yeah, that's the strategy that you have to play with if you're a solo on this map, trying to survive for those points. Speaking about trying to survive, it is going to be the Enigma Dolls now going up against Tasted. As you can see, Tasted, they've caught scent of the Enigma Dolls. They've now started to move on forward. We still have Kiki and Bloom left to try and hold it up. There we go, gets the shots in. So there is still quite a bit of an opportunity available to them here, but they've got to be careful. They're going to have to decide this fight very quickly, because we've got Mel's Nova and OOC pushing up from both the north and the south, right? They're moving closer, right? Mel's getting maybe a little bit too close for comfort at this point of the match. So let's see how it plays out. It is going to be Tasted now down to a potential solo here. Well, not potentially. They are 100% down to solo, just trying to survive on the opposite end. But they've got the zone. So maybe there could still be a little bit of an opportunity here to bounce back.
I think this is the stage of the game, DK. We've reached it where a lot of these teams, 10 teams, is about to become 5 very quickly. The amount of teams over onto the western side by Cave and Quarry, I think, is too much. And as the zone decides where it's going to be going, I think we are going to start to see a dwindling of teams very rapidly here. Enigma Dolls, I will say, have fought valiantly to keep alive as much as they have, right? 4 eliminations and still 2 up. Considering they've been the subject of at least 2 or 3 different pushes by different teams at different stages in the zone. So they have fought quite well. They have kept their cool to some degree, and hopefully that continues as the zone now makes its way over to the eastern side. It's been a slight hard shift. Ida no longer inside zone, but TPESR and S2 are in prime position to enter it.
Yeah, that's not a slight shift. That's a dirty shift.
You think?
Has just descended down upon these teams, right? There's still a bit of hope for Enigma. They have a solo. Maybe they can survive. We see Yikes also with a solo, also holding on. Let's see if Kiki can make this out of here. Oh, it's troubling. Zeus now playing connect the dots as they do find those hit markers, and they're just going to try and follow through. But fortunately, Zeus are facing a few other distractions, right? That is going to be OOC holding up just ahead of them. The blue zone is going to apply all the pressure as it now starts to move on up. It's going to be tasted, as well as the players there. I believe it was Bio that just got taken out. Ooh, the rush is in. See if this can survive. The answer is unfortunately no. OOC though looking like they might have a little bit of an opportunity here, but still gonna have to try and risk it to make that saving play. Kiki still out in the blue trying to heal it up, and it's gonna be Pmewl though that are pushing up on towards TPS. They've spotted a bit of an opportunity, but TPS though, they are prepping the nades, the utilities, and they pick up 3 knocks in one swoop.
Oh,
it's going to be up to Falia to see if she can maybe MVP this one yet again. Jump shots, but that's going to be it. Repna says, nope, I'll stop you right there. You're not going to get any more points, and that is it. Down to 5 we go.
My goodness me, what a nade coming through there. The 1v3 with a single ball of fire is kind of crazy, but what's even more crazy is this new zone shift. DK, look at the only team currently inside it, TPES. Yes, there are teams all around it, but their south side is clear. They've got a 3-1 split either side of this road, and it's looking like a lot of those teams, in order to get into zone, will have to fight each other here. So for TPES, this is a massive potential.
Yeah, I mean, you could almost change it to TPE, yes, as that's moved in their favor, she said. But now, let's see if they can poke and prod their way on through. It's going to be Semina trying to pump off as it is going to be Ida moving in, just getting absolutely picked off one after the other. Athena's not going to go flying through any trees anytime soon, but a great nade also just getting sent out there. It is a quick cleanup, and that is Ida now getting brought to their knees. They got 2 players still trying to hold on just on the edge of zone, but we got 3 teams. S2 going to be the team currently occupying that northeastern position, but let's see whether or not TPES can put that in here, just keeping angles locked on down Ida. Beautiful headshot getting received on their end. Now it's up to Fireshine to see if they can survive the onslaught. S2 going to be falling to the blue slowly but surely. TPS yet again getting zone players. Repna quickly having to patch themselves up, and Ida going to try and keep as quiet as they can. No one gets spotted at this point. They are so close. But TPES absolutely relentless, and this is them now kind of connecting the dots here. Cupquake moves on through, S12 in hand, pop, down they go. And 1 player standing between TPES and that winner chicken dinner is going to be Swan.
It sure is, and I'm not sure that Swan is in any position to rebel against what fate seems to have brought them. TPS, an 8 elim win is not the biggest one we've seen, but a win is a win, DK. And with the 9 eliminations that it could possibly be, with Swan included, unless she does something crazy like we've seen in Group A, and it looks like she could do. Repta does go down. We can't do everything just yet, but no, she is going to go out there. S2 with 11 eliminations in a second place is not bad at all, but TPES is going to be our winner for Sandhawk, and it's going to be, not quite double-digit elims, but it's a double-digit win, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, it came pretty close, but still a very, very good performance coming in here. That was the opportunity that we've been waiting to see. Teams look to capitalize on. I mean, coming into this match, TPS and S2 were side by side on the standings, both coming through with 4 points to their name, occupying that 12th and 13th place. There's been a shift in the dynamic as to where they will find themselves. Of course, we'll find out pretty soon exactly where they've jumped towards, but a jump regardless. And I mean, as we've said, Sandhawk is that map where the teams get the opportunity to try and bring in that upset opportunity, that upset moment to score points that they need. And so far things are changing. I like the fact that Enigma Dolls also, they survived a bit longer. They got a few more points on board, right? So the points are starting to come on through. And I think as we're going to get closer to the end of the day, it's becoming more and more challenging for these teams to keep that consistency going, right? To keep that flow going, because everybody is now going to be pushing to get points.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you're right. As we come through to the final 2 games of the evening, you start to feel a little bit more serious as time goes on because, you've only got those 2 games. And then after that, your next day is only 5 games after that. We've suddenly gone from 10 games down to 7 left, just 7 games. And everybody who plays the game knows that's not many when you're trying to get a top 10 position. So it really does matter each and every game here. And for Sandhawk and for TPES, and for Enigma and for Ida as well. This is not a bad game at all. This is not one that you can write off. This is actually really, really helpful for them.
Yeah, definitely is. And speaking about helpful, 700, well, since when? 372 meter hit coming through there from Kylie. Well, freaking done. But of course, the GG, the big GG goes out to Swan, singing that Swan song, coming through with 660 damage and 3 eliminations to take the MVP of the match.
Yes, sir. Very well done. S2 were a big name, a big team that kept coming up throughout this game, so it's no surprise that one of their players should be here in the MVP section, should be our MVP for the match, really. And she did some really good work. She made a valiant effort against TPES there, taking out Repna before going out herself, and you can see that reflected in the match rankings here. S2 coming in with 17 points total, only 2 behind the winners of the game, so a really, really good start for them in this Sandhawk. But also I'm seeing a lot of points going the way of some of these other teams, right? We're seeing 7 come up a couple of times here, and Enigma coming in, as you said, with 6 eliminations alone.
Yeah, and that's a good thing, right? 7 points, that is going to boost their position quite a bit. But as you can see, again, all the way to that 11th place, right? The team's definitely looking to capitalize on a mixture of placement points and, of course, a share of the aggression here. Boars, even though they went out early, still got themselves a decent chunk of change there, those 4 eliminations. And it's going to help kind of keep up with that consistency, right? Enigma, they've jumped from 16th up to 13th, right? So up is up. Right, movement is movement, and we like it. But of course, as you can see, it is still quite contentious towards the top of the standings. Not a lot of points currently separating first from 4th, only 8 points. So not too much of a gap. But of course, 11 points down to that 5th position. So a lot of this can quite easily still change. Right, nothing has been solidified to any extent. We've only 3 games in. So yeah, I think once we get to about midway to tomorrow, that is where we'll have a pretty good idea as to what the situation is and just how hard these teams will have to push. But speaking about pushing hard, we've got 3 squads now up on the player focus, right? We've got Mel's, we've got AOR, and we've got Ida. So Athena, as well as Thalia and Gilavaya, right?
There you go. Yeah, I think so.
Right. Gilavaya also then representing their individual squads right here. And, I mean, the elimination count is pretty even, right? 8-8-8. So it's looking good.
It's looking very, very good indeed, and it's a great start. I keep saying it's a great start, but it is a great start. It's a great start to the evening, great start to the game, and great start to this week as well. And that is going to be Sandhawk done. And honestly, DK, these 3 games have gone super, super quickly. We are already past the halfway point of tonight, and of course, our next game is going to be Miramar. But before that, we are going to go for a short break, and we'll be right back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. I hope you had time to get some snacks, get some drinks, because now we are about to head into our fourth game of the evening, and it is going to be Miramar, and that is what we're loving to see. The hot, dusty sands of Miramar were quite chaotic. They were stirred up quite a bit in game number 2, and I don't think game 4 is going to be any different.
Yeah, we'll see, right? How true and fair that will be as we move on forward. Speaking of which, though, we are going to be taking a quick gander at our flight path, which is going to be starting over there, ending over yonder, cutting straight through. So I think it's a decent play for what these teams will have to work with. But got to talk about that last map ever so quickly. S2 and TPES, right? Looking a pretty good thing. Looking pretty good with regards to the points that they've gathered. Both teams have climbed 7 spots, right? So, yeah, it's good. It's great. Things, as we said, is going to continue to change as we move upwards and onwards. And speaking about that, we are going to be taking a look over onto where these teams are going to look to get themselves situated. We are looking at a bit of a hot drop thing. Over towards that southern side, we've got Enigma that will find themselves having to share with Vio that are dropping right there alongside with them. I know it's Vio because Vio is the yellow color, and there they are, right? Because you can't figure out, you can't read the name, right? Enigma Kiki is taking up the whole place. It's like, well, I'm here. We do have a potential hard drop also maybe coming up towards the north, as we can see Yikes and TPES making their way on through. The last time you gasped at this zone, it went a very specific way.
Have I
over in the BMGC?
Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me.
The probability of that happening is
Next to none. Yeah.
Right, because I've only seen that zone twice in my entire career. So yeah. I don't think, but we won't speak on the topic directly. We'll just keep on alluding to stuff without speaking.
We don't want to make it come true. We don't want to cast a curse, you know?
I mean, I'm not going to say no, but I don't want people upset with me because I said stuff about this. So in the meanwhile, we are going to be keeping an eye on these teams. Zeitgeist, though, good spot, right? They've got the entirety of Picada to themselves.
They do. I'm glad that a team is learning from their hot drops, you know, rather than continuing to do it time and time again. No, I'm not sorry for mentioning it. And they're going to go elsewhere, and that's going to be nice. So Zeitgeist, they are going to be able to take on Picado for themselves. Nothing about that is going to be weird or off or anything, but I swear it happens to me all the time where if you go to an extreme side of the map, particularly in Miramar, not so much in Erangel, but particularly in Miramar, like if you go to the prison area or this island area as Enigma have, the zone goes to the complete opposite end. You saw Enigma there have 3,000 meters to go, and there's not really anything you can do but make a late rotation as well, so it's going to be a bit of a rough one, as it is going to be a rough one as well for Podosovka. What happened? Taste it, Lucy May going down for solo so early on. Nothing quite confirmed just yet, but there we go. Now it is confirmed. Now the deed is done, and 3 eliminations go the way, but not the way of Taste It.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, right? It's just kind of how it unravels, how it unfolds. But they still have a bit of an opportunity. Fortunately here for Protosovka, there's still a bit of a play at hand, right? It is going to be a serious case of hide and seek, but it's okay. She'll be fine. There's not too much to worry about just yet. And of course, moving up in towards the Minas Generales, I think is a good choice because there's lots of little hidey holes to go in to get loot and fight from. So curious to see how the space is going to be utilized there. I almost thought for a second that I saw a crossbow, but fortunately that's not what I saw. Imagine that, right? Sniping with a crossbow. It's the poor man's AWM, right? Or AWAM, as I like to say, right? Because it's silent but deadly. Absolutely devastating.
It is absolutely devastating. That is true. I was going to say silent and deadly as well, but now I'm more preoccupied with the fact that you call it an AWAM?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
Because that's the last sound you're going to hear. It just goes wham and you're done.
See, I call it like an ADUB. AWM,
AWAM.
AWAM.
Whichever, they all point to the same weapon, and it's the one that you don't want to be on the receiving end of, right?
That is for sure.
That's all I know. So when I hear that sound, I just go like, nope.
You duck.
I duck, I goose, any
Run
bird,
around.
whatever, pick one. I do all of
Chicken.
them. Yes, I do that as well. I will admit that. But speaking about chicken, though, our teams are still going to be in the pursuit of said chicken, right? So I'm curious to see how they're going to look to play this one out. S2 over here, they had a phenomenal run, as we saw, alongside TPES in the previous match, both of which are already quite well situated within the area here. But now, it comes down to how they're going to look to play out the rest of the zone. Of course, it is going to be absolutely reliant on what the zone will bring to them, but at least we won't have to wait too much longer, as we will find out pretty soon exactly what the zone is going to bring towards them, as it now starts enveloping the players here from Bio, as well as Enigma down on that far southern side. It is going to be Digital Athletics, a name that is surprisingly challenging to say, right?
It is.
Digital Athletics. It's like
Digital
Athletics. It just catches you right there.
It really does. It gets you the front of the teeth. Yeah. It's weird.
Yeah.
Hard to say. Thanks, team, for giving us such a hard name to say over and over again. We appreciate you. We love you. But yeah, they're having not the easiest of times either. Just as it's hard to say their name, it's just as hard to play the game. Particularly today for them, unfortunately. Again, we keep saying this, but it's surprising to us after last week, where they were fairly dominant time and time again, and now they are seeming to struggle a lot more today. And hopefully that's just today. Hopefully it's just a bad day. Any team can have that, and they'll be back bouncing once again on their day 2. But for now, they just have to make it to the zone, right? That's the first hurdle they have to go. As a lot of the teams now, you're starting to see them start to make that move. There's a lot more icons of vehicles being used, and actually Vio are in a 2-2 split, which I think you will have noticed, and Enigma haven't moved yet, but if Enigma do, they could definitely catch one of those duos out.
I mean, it's a 2-1-1 split if you want to be very particular about it, but yes,
that's true.
A 2-2 split works well enough for me. But another thing that we are seeing develop here is Zeus, TPS, and Yikes getting a little bit cozy, right? Now,
that's true.
Now, Miramar is not necessarily the map on which I would even think of that, because it's out in the sun, there's a whole bunch of dust, sand and things. Yeah, it clogs up the weapons, so you gotta be careful with how you look to play through this one. I like what Script Monarchy went for, though. They went to Impala. They've got themselves quite somewhat isolated from the teams in the surrounding area. We do have S2 also just a little bit further over to the side, but still quite a few teams on the outskirts of zone, right? Zeitgeist over here being one of them, about to gain entry up in towards the zone. OOC and the other half of Bio, they are really close. We might see something coming through in the feed momentarily. Of course, the next zone, just a nice little continuation of what we had on that previous zone, so it's just going to tighten up on itself. Not a hard shift by any measure.
No
But that's
PMGC.
the thing about Miramar, mainly, right? Is that first initial zone is usually the crazy wacky one. After that, it kind of just cools down, relaxes a little bit more. But it's not going to be cooling or relaxing for the players here from Vio and OOC rather.
It sure isn't. Again, I keep saying, Vio, they're a decent team. They don't back down. They don't say no. And you're continuing to see that again here as they go straight in to an already occupied place. They do have one knocked down, and that is going to be flushed out as well. So that's going to be OOC up to 1 point. But here you're seeing them and they're like, well, actually we kind of like it here and we might just stay here. And Venus for sure is not looking like she's really wanting to go anywhere.
Yeah, you can't really blame Venus, right? It's okay. You just gotta watch out for Marexus though. You don't want to get too comfortable, but it does seem like Venus is well aware of somebody up in the vicinity. We do see our player count now having been reduced all the way down to 60. Of course, we've only lost 4, 3 of which has been from the side there of Tasted. So Tasted now going to have a little bit of a challenging run to see how they're going to play through the rest of this one. Zeus, though, I like this angle that they've taken up, right? Just on the side of Yikes, a good bit of a vantage point. You can also see up towards CPS, but you got to keep a very watchful eye on Yikes because they've opted for what seems to be a bit of a split, right? It's not quite a 2-2 split, it's a 2-1-1 split. We've got 2 of their players up ahead. We've got 1 more over on the eastern side, as you can see, and then there's Nevermind, which is a little bit further up. But look at that spray though, Kylie just lighting it up, just popping in the heads, picking up the first, looking to maybe find that second one. And for Yikes, things are now slowly starting to kind of come undone here.
You could almost say, DK, that it's starting to become a little bit yikes for them. It's not looking all that good. They're leaving Miramar and entering Yikesville. That's definitely the way I want to put it there, as Hate Me does go down there. Yildiz picking up their first point of the game as Ida now makes themselves known, and Zeus have had one too many run-ins with Ida. You can see them just deciding to get out of dodge immediately there, and everybody's kind of just toppled on top of each other because Zeitgeist is there as well. Mel's is there. We're all in the same sort of area, all looking at each other. And this is where now you might just start to see teams start to fall a little bit because it is so open. The ridges are so narrow. And as you try to move from one place to another, as you see in the elimination feed, those knocks are going to happen.
Yep, that's the inevitable part of this match. But let's see how it is going to go, though, for Zeitgeist, as we do have Mel's Nova looking to be quite relentless. Oh, Daddy with a quick little bit of a molly over the top there. Zeitgeist now can still find a bit of an angle to bounce back from here. You can see them frantically scurrying, trying to find something. But it's now up to Doza, who dips down into the vehicle, trying to get the heck out of dodge. But they are getting shot up. Hits the tree, hits maybe a rock. No, does make a safe escape, at least for the time being. Gets out of reach of Mel's. But we do have a few more teams holding down to the edge here. So, yeah, you've got to be very, very careful as to how far you choose and decide to rotate up towards. Fortunately, it doesn't have to pay for parking just yet. The car does fall back on its feet. But we did see the players there from A3 just holding over towards that western side. So you've got to be very, very careful as Doza tries to iron out a few of the dinks in the side of the vehicle there. Not quite sure what the play was. You don't want to be that close to the car when it goes boom, because that is a automatic boom with you as well. Meanwhile, Zeus looking comfortable here.
They are looking comfortable. I will say, I think that was an attempt to repair the vehicle with the new vehicle repair thing that we have in the game now. So I too was confused. I was like, what's he doing? Because that car was fine. I'm not sure why you're blowing it up now. And as you said, being so close to it. But you know what? You know who else could use a repair kit? for their vehicle. This team right here, Zeus, that thing, I don't think I've seen a car smoke that much as I see that one doing. So they might want to watch out for that one. As Script Monarchy might want to watch out for Vio because they're still here. They're still here, and I think they're about to leave just because that zone has shifted and they're 480 meters out, but still, they're still there making nuisances of themselves, at least as far as Script Monarchy is concerned.
Yeah, if your car smokes like that in real life, there's something wrong with your oil filter. Maybe you have no oil in your car left at all, so you might want to have it checked. But speaking about getting things checked, though, you got to check the zone because it's shifted even more now to the eastern side, right? There's a little bit of water in play here as well, so that is going to make things increasingly more challenging. And I've got a very good idea that the zone is going to be pulling to that open field, right? You got that lovely circle patch on that eastern side. Ooh, I've got an inkling that the zone might be making its way over to there. Leah trying to pick their teammate up, but OOC have essentially set up quite a bit of a trap there. They've now been able to find two players, and they are so close to getting confirmations. Out comes the rest of the digital squad. But are they too going to fall for this trap, or are they maybe going to opt for a bit of a different approach here?
It's a difficult one to say. These hills are so open, and the angles are tricky, but I think... What have they decided here? I thought she was just going to go ahead and leave, and it might seem like that might be the best thing to do, and I think they have decided that is going to be what they have to do as OOC just sweep the area, and they just have to make their escape now. They could possibly look to gatekeep a little bit themselves, but as a duo and as they're on rotation, I don't think that is going to be the case. I think they're going to just try and get to some semblance of safety as soon as possible. Not there, though. Please don't go there, as Vio is there, and Mel's are up ahead, and Elis is having such a hard time. Where did Celia go? Oh, she's been trapped there by Script Monarchy. So another one goes down on that rotation as Digital Athletics, desperate to find somewhere, only find the lobby.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, is that's where they went, right? A one-way ticket.
Little portal. Yeah,
it's unfortunate, but it's going to happen at some point throughout this match, and we are going to be seeing quite a bit of that now, as we have 14 teams all trying to cram into a little slither of zone, right? There's not a lot of space for them to work with. Enigma Dolls, unfortunately, finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. We are seeing Tasted, though, going for a very northern positioning. All the way far away from everybody else. In the meanwhile, Zeitgeist, though, down south, we got A3, also not too far away either. I'm not quite sure if Doza is going to be able to make it securely up in towards that zone. They are going to try and heal a little bit of this blue damage. It is still, fortunately, only phase 3. A3, you got to watch out, though. Doza, will they make it? So far, it seems like things are going kind of okay, but of course it's going to be Dixtree to play that devastating blow and end the run right there for them. We are down to 13 teams, and A3 being the team that is pretty much the furthest away from zone, right? I'm not counting Tasted because that's a different strategy altogether.
That's crazy.
But yeah, A3 definitely got some way to go to get themselves back into safety.
They sure do, but with 5 eliminations on the board so far, it has been a play worthwhile for them. So if they can just now use this lateness to actually sneak into zone a little bit, they should be good to go. In the meantime, there's a lot of chaos going on inside, or at least closer to zone. As you see, OOC, Mel's just trying to come in now on one side. You also had, I believe, I'm not sure who that was on the other side as well. Looking rough for a lot of these teams. Script, Monarchy, Zeus, all in the same sort of area here, as Mel's Dino almost gets taken out there, and this is where Lalo is going to try and do her best to get her teammate back up. If she can't get her up, they're going to have to continue as a duo, so it's very, very important they keep that 3-player squad up and running, but Mel's are being very, very pressury right now.
Yeah, I mean, the zone is looking pretty crazy, right? It almost reminds me of a shop with a clearance sale on Black Friday. It is going to be absolutely crazy. Or maybe it's on Cyber Monday, I don't know, but it's that weekend, right, where you don't want to be at the shops because it is just absolutely jam-packed with people all over the place. And now it's going to be Lola trying to take the pot bus a little bit further down south. Got to watch out for those trees. And, of course, the shots that are going to be following up alongside that. We do see Pmewls again coming through with that domination. The shots just playing on through. But will we see Lola managing to find a little bit of an opportunity here? Just got to pop the nade over the top. Could maybe find Dino. Let's see. Does it show in the feed? No. A little bit of damage has been caused, but not sufficient amounts to bring Dino to their knees. Lola, though, Lalo, though, is not going to back down off of this fight anytime soon. But I like this aggression being shown by both Pmewls and OOC. Dreamcore, between the two, though, I mean, they have been showing equal amounts of aggression across the board. So let's see who will be the one to claim it as we see that potential 9th elimination. Yep, there it is, secured now for OOC. They are definitely looking to lead with regards to that aggression. But now comes the devastating part. How the heck are you going to get out of this blue zone?
GG's.
Well, through the lobby, I had to guess.
Yeah, a little bit of a portal jump going through there for OOC, but a really, really good run for them after all, right? No, it's not placement points, but 9 elims is 9 points, and with the leaderboard looking as close as we saw it before this game, I mean, that's going to be a really, really good result for them. But as Ida look towards the lobby, it's not looking particularly pleasant. There's a lot of teams all around them, 2 up on that mountainside, and yeah, you got Ida on one side, you've got Yikes behind in front of you, TPS on one side. It's looking very, very scary for a lot of these teams on the eastern side as they try to move in and sneak into zone. Fortunately, DK, there's got a lot of these little dips and crevices, but the big surprise is Mel's going out so quickly after.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise really, because they were all the way out in the blue, and as we know, on Miramar, stage 3 is pushing it still, right? Anything beyond that point, you don't want to be there, and we are seeing Zeus also now have a bit of an upset happening to them over there. But it comes as no surprise that we still have 9 teams left trying to fight their way through this absolutely tiny zone. Surprisingly enough, we still have Tasted alive, sitting all the way up on towards that northern edge of zone. So in the next 30 seconds, things are going to change quite drastically as the teams will get forced moving forward. We've got quite a few players still outside of zone. AOR definitely not going to be one of those teams that will have to worry too much about what the zone is going to be bringing. They can just sit back, relax, and, well, fire at anything that moves, any pixels that are out of place. But with 21 players just scattered all throughout the zone, you definitely have to keep your eye on every potential angle that could be used against you.
Yeah, it's not only, that's the big thing about the game, is it's not only what angles you can use, but what will be used against you, as you say, right? It's very, very challenging to find and make sure that those angles are not visible onto your own self there. You want as many angles as possible onto everybody else, but that kind of does mean that the angles will also be onto you. So you got to be very careful with that, as Ida take out S2, and somehow S2 go out with 0 eliminations, which I find very odd considering the amount of times we've seen them on screen here. And Taste It, Lucy May, they did try a massive rotation through the north side, and unfortunately it's not really going to work in their favor as they go out with 0 points on the board for this game. Maybe a placement point or 2 here and there. They go out in 7th place, I think there. But still, Yikes down to just a solo if they can't get that res back up. And TPES now the next to fall as that zone has gone straight to them.
Yeah, it's an interesting shift that we've seen come through here. Cupquake now going to be stepping up as our Grenader as the shots continue to roll on out here. Athena and the rest of Ida with those 8 eliminations to their name, going to try and find a way to make this one work. You can see Nevermind there from Yikes also going to play a serious game of please don't shoot me just yet, as they try to play for placement points. I mean, good positioning, very centralized up in towards the zone. Unfortunately for Yikes, though, the rest of the teams are quite distracted with each other. As you can see here, Fireshine just trying to poke and prod onto the side of TPS, but fortunately that monster truck does make it quite challenging for them to pull off a successful play. But now, it is going to be that send. AOR, they might only have 2 eliminations to their name, but they've got all 4 players up. They've got good-looking HP bars here, and now they're going to try and leverage that in their favor. I mean, AOR, definitely one of those teams that have been playing with a different kind of setup here today, right? They've been able to climb to the top of the rankings coming into this match, and they're going to look to kind of keep that momentum going.
This is a great push from AOR, silently going up the back there towards that solo and behind TPES, who of course would have had to be focused onto the eastern side by necessity there. And Repna had no idea this was really happening as quickly as it was, and that res is going to come through, but the nade answers immediately there, coming through with a great response from TPES, and it's all going down now as well to the eastern side as Ida and Boars clash head to head very violently here, and it's one left for Athena, and Athena does go down with another nade from Boars. So Boars continuing their trajectory here, playing really well. The points don't really feel that way because compared to a lot of these teams, there's only 3. But the way they're playing, the way they're moving, that P90 for Logica is saying a whole different story here. So top 4 it is, TPES, AOR, Boars, and Yikes with that solo over onto the north side. And with all these angles, this is shaping up to be a very interesting endgame.
Yeah, I mean, Boars, as we know, they got chicken on the previous bar earlier today. So they know that it is within their grasp to repeat that play yet again. TPS, though, finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. They've got 3 players up, going to be trying to keep those numbers as concise as they can. But they've got such an interesting angle to try and climb their way back up the hill and get themselves up into a zone. But this is where things look to lean quite heavily in favor of Boars, right? A strong angle to work with here. We still see Nevermind from Yikes holding nicely and quiet up onto the north of zone. So this could be Yikes just kind of sneaking their way up into strong standings with regards to the overall placement points. But AOR and Boars getting ready to go at each other. Gotta be very careful. Quick little nade getting sent over the top. We do see Amelia getting brought to the knees. So now Boars with the 2 beats trying to hold and nice and steady. Logica also getting picked up. So now it's up to Caramelia. See whether or not they can make the magic work, and it is going to be an absolute relentless push coming through. But surprisingly, Yikes has not decided to grab the available opportunity here.
That's really interesting. She's really holding out for 1 to 2 of these teams to go down. I think she's trying to aim for that second place. She's well within her rights to do so. She's got a shack, she's inside it, and no one's looking at her. There's no need to make fuss, to make noise, when you could possibly get that top 2 spot. So she is going to just wait a little bit longer. And Carmelia, is interesting that they were able to get that res back up, but Kitty is in the bush, no longer in the bush. It's not going to work, unfortunately, there, though. TPES do go up to their 6th elimination there. They are just a duo, but they still hold a lot of power here.
Yeah, they definitely do. We can see that P90 now in the hands of Logica. Could maybe be their saving grace at this point. They still have to work their way through 2 players. Oh, but now, never mind. Getting spotted out. And of course, guys, having no other choice other than to move on forward, right? The blue zone has constricted, has closed up, kind of forcing their hand. And this could be Boars coming in for a back-to-back Murmur winner chicken dinner. Susu going to try and just divide the position here for the Boars, deciding whether or not to try and maybe attempt that res. Wiggins just trying to recover their health bar, make sure that they have a fighting chance moving on forward. You can see Caramelia also now trying to gather some information. It's a 2v1. The send is in. And that is the M4 to seal the play. That is Boars Gaming coming in with a back-to-back Murmur winner chicken dinner. And they are looking to set the standard for gameplay here today.
They absolutely are. What a game from them. Very strong, very purposeful. And of course, as you said, the second win for them tonight. This is definitely going to put them on top of the leaderboard heading into our final game. And what a better way, there's no better way to start off the day, to start off your event this week, rather, than to get 2 wins on the first day. That's a great result for them. I feel for TPES, though, the final player, she went to go for, I think it was Carmelia, and got the knocked player instead. And so she did get that point, but at the cost of the win for her. So that is unfortunate, getting a little bit blocked there, but Boars had that fair and square, and it was a great win from them.
Yep, a very, very strong play coming through there from the side of Boars. Talk about consistency. They are just showcasing a heck of a lot of consistency, especially when it comes to the map of Murmur, right? So we are yet to see what they're going to be doing on Erangel once we get back to that, because if you remember back on the first match, not necessarily the results that they would have wanted to get, but they've definitely made up for that based on the performances that they've had now running through the remainder of the day. So I'm pretty excited to see how the points are going to measure up. But of course, first things first, we got to take a look at and see just what it is. Boars coming through with 9 eliminations. That is going to put them quite comfortably on a lovely 30 that they've been able to secure so far. It's not the 17 that we saw in the first one, but it adds up, right? 17 plus 9 is more than 17, so, you know, well done to them.
Absolutely, especially when again, we're going to say it, the leaderboards are so close, right? They are in second place, I believe, coming into this game, and this is likely to put them up on top because AOR silently, they did well, but they didn't do this well. So we are going to be seeing a shift in that leaderboard, probably across the board as well, though. There were a lot of teams that did very well here, and a lot of teams that we expected to do well and kind of fell short with that long road in the blue zone. But you do see here 10,000 total healing really attests to that blue zone being harsh, being hard shifted as well. So a lot of these teams prefer to spend time out in that blue than actually face their team.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing about too much blue juice doesn't do you a lot of justice when it comes to the overall plays. But we do see Lola, though, there from OOC securing the most eliminations and a complimentary bell from Niptra, thanks to the 1025 damage being dealt in this match.
Sheesh. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage. There you go. Lalo doing a great job there. Almost 8 eliminations, right, if you count those 3 assists. So a really, really nice, efficient, good game from her. OOC really went all out here, and even though they went out earlier than they would have liked to, it certainly did wonders for those match rankings. You see there 10 points, 0 placement points coming into their total there. So that is all eliminations, and you can definitely see why one of their teammates is the MVP here.
Yep, it makes a whole lot of sense. But, it's just looking pretty crazy, especially looking at our top 5 teams, the amount of elims they've got, right? 9, 7, 9, 10, 8. Pretty hot and toasty. Interesting there for Yikes, though, right? That's surviving. Just riding out the storm all the way up into 5 placement points. And they're going to feel quite happy about that because, things went a little bit awry for them through that game. So it is going to count at the end of the day. It still keeps them up in 8th position, just ahead of S2 Pmewl. So a good position nonetheless. But the Boars are soaring with 50 points in those 2 winner chicken dinners. And I love these even numbers, right? 20 placement points, 30 elims. It just does amazing things for my slight bit of OCD that I have. But speaking about OCD, we've got OOC also coming through and still holding nice and steady, locking in 1 additional elimination more than what Zeus had, and gets them right there up into that 6th place. So, of course, as we know, the teams are going to be fighting for the top 10, right? That's what they're going to push for. So expect to see still quite a bit of movement, not necessarily today, but as we progress into our first few games for tomorrow, for there to be quite a bit of shifting to happen here, because 10th place is only worth 12 points at this point.
Yeah, it is, and it's going to be a fight because, yeah, you are right. There's only 12 points in 10th place right now. That's not hard to achieve, and it all depends on how they're feeling the next day, right? Maybe it is hard to achieve tonight, but tomorrow night, not so much. Tomorrow night, it could be Enigma. It could be any one of those really, really getting some good points, and even a win will put them squarely up into the top 10. So it is still very much all to play for here as you look at your player focus. It's going to be Folly, it's going to be Athena, and Jelivaya as well over there in that third place. Don't laugh at me, I'm trying. But Elims 14, 12, and 9 is looking very, very good indeed for these players. So a great night for this top three as well, as it has been a great night for us so far. It's been some good games, some good PUBG Mobile. We love to see it, but we'll be heading into our final game, DK, our final game of the night over on Erangel. But before that, we are going to be going into a short break in just a couple of minutes, and we will be seeing you very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. It's the final game of day 1 of week 2. That's a mouthful yet again, but I got through it this time around. It's going to be Erangel going into our final match. Game number 5. And DK, we've had a great 4 games up to this point, so there is no doubt this is going to be a banger.
Let's hope so. I mean, of course it is going to be, right? There's no point to hope, because we know it is just going to happen. It's going to go crazy, especially looking at this flight path that we have. It is going to be quite interesting to see how the teams are going to play around it. As again, they'll be allowed opportunities to get all over the place, right? Mm-hmm. They could quite easily get down to the melee base just as easily as they could get up to shooting range. Is it within reach of the flight path? No, but there's enough vehicle spawns along the way to get in there. So,
sure.
You know, they'll all eventually be happy campers. Without the camping part. What is going to make us happy casters and happy viewers is the action that's going to be unfolding up in Pmewl, because we've got the Boars and Vio opting for a bit of a thing, right? Dropping hard on top of each other. So a definite interesting spread that we've got coming through on that one. But yeah, it's and I mean, of course, the Boars opting for that drop spot. Normally we see them going a little bit further north, right? Like Saverny and the surrounding areas. So I think they kind of just adjusted to what the flight path has brought over towards them. We also did see that zone appearing down towards that southern side yet again. So I think it's going to be quite interesting. Maybe we could end over on towards that western Melee Island or anywhere else, but I've got an idea that we might maybe be heading in that direction.
I would love it if that were the case, because Melee Base, one of my faves. So I would like seeing that. I'd like seeing my own base again, but we're gonna be looking at. I'm going to be looking at Caramelia is very, very low on that health bar, and I'm really hoping that that's not going to spell disaster for them this early on, right? They're still in the loot phase. They've not even yet looked towards Vio, so to have one to go out so quickly would be rough, but only 100 meters to the zone is going to be a little bit of a saving grace here. They are going to have a little bit of time to kind of figure out what they want to do about this intruder, and we'll see what they decide shortly as Taste It. Ooh, have school and apartments to themselves. Now that's a heck of a lot of a loot. DK, they should be well equipped for the rest of this game, and for their sake, I hope it leads them to some small victories, if not the big victory at the end of the game, because so far their night has not gone as they planned.
I mean, they've not had the greatest night, but they've not had a horrible night, right? I mean, it could always go better, as most things. But yeah, I mean, they've come into this match with 10 points to their name, so they're obviously going to hope to try and add a few more to that. And well, if the loot that they are able to gather there is as sufficient as they would hope it to be, I'm looking forward to seeing some great things come through from them. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Ida finding themselves in a bit of a back and forth here with Digital Athletics, but they've got another team right there alongside them as well. So yeah, Zeus also just holding on. I don't think that Zeus has made it up onto the land part, right? It might be one of the Zeus players down in the drink. Yeah, it's Macy holding on down at the lower end there. So all Macy can do at this point is just sit there and listen to the teams going to town. Speaking of going to town, that is exactly what Akulka is trying to pull off right here onto the side of Incy from Digital.
Sure is, and that's going to be a beautiful nade. She's going to try and get that healing, but it's not going to matter. That nade is lovely as Akulka gets one of those knocks there, and Digital Athletics can't seem to catch a break tonight. Again, one of those teams that just have not had the games turn out the way they want them to. They evade the teams on the mainland, on that side of the bridge, only to be accosted by teams that are on the island side of the bridge. And so now that first elimination is going to go over to Script Monarchy, and Digital Athletic is going to have to carry on as 3 somehow.
Yeah, that might be the abridged version. So, yeah, my big question here is, did they stretch? Did they warm up, right? Like, prepping for the athletics part to come through.
Oh my god, help.
It's cringe, I know. I can feel it. I can feel the stare coming through from that show.
Oh yeah.
But in the meanwhile, there's going to be a cool guy trying to go 2 for 2. Gets 2 for 2. That is 1 down. Is there going to be 3 down? No, not yet. Ida. Fireshine making it through, returning the favor onto Akulka, but now it's going to be up to the rest of the squad here from Script Monarchy to try and kind of pick up the pieces, because their main defender, their main aggressor up on the bridge has been dropped. So let's see if they can bounce back from this one. We got Ildiz quickly trying to get that in, does secure it, and the rest of Ida also going to try and kind of get themselves all back up onto their feet. A nice little bit of a cheeky rotation coming through there from Meraxes, as this could definitely lend quite a bit of a helping hand to their angles.
Yeah, especially with Delicia only having an Uzi, and at this range, that is not the weapon of choice, personally. That's going to be an interesting decision because she doesn't have a secondary weapon either, and you could do a little bit of work, but what are you going to do against an M4 there, you know? It's not an equal weapon at that range, so unfortunately for Script Monarchy, all of a sudden, they're just down to a solo. That 1v1, they couldn't make it work, and so that is going to be Ida somehow winning out, potentially that fight there. And AOR looking very, very accurate when it comes to the sprays into the water onto Boars Gaming.
Yeah, I'm sitting with quite a big frown on my face because color me confused, right?
Yes.
So Script Monarchy, Akulka got out, got weapons and stuff, right? Meraxes also got a few things, but what happened with Delicia, right? Why only a Uzi and no body armor whatsoever, right? And Boars, what happened over there? They decided, you know what, well, we see AOR, let's go for a bit of a swim, go a bit of a splash, right? Try and cool down because they've been so hot, big majority of the night, which is, I guess, maybe a thing, but I definitely wouldn't have opted, or would have thought that was going to be the play, right? Just like being fish stuck in a barrel right in front of another team. Yeah, that's a bit of a oof right there. And speaking about that, oofs, we're not seeing any of that here for Ida, as they now have picked themselves back up. They've been able to push across the bridge, and in doing so, kind of chased away the players there from Script Monarchy.
Well, they chased them into their elimination points. That's what they did. There's only one solo from Script Monarchy left alive, and she is long gone. So 3 of those players did go over to Ida's elimination points. Oh, I'm going to run over a teammate real quick, get her into the vehicle. And Zeitgeist in actually a really good position on the zone, right? You got a really great little hill on this island. It's got lots of open ground to look over. And this split is going to be really, really nice for them to be able to control as much of this north side of the island as possible. It's going to be a good one for them, but honestly, DK, I'm being slightly distracted by yikes. They're still over in Yasnaya. They're still moving through that blue zone, and this is a very, very late rotation.
It's a strategic delayed rotation for some odd reason, which I cannot explain. And Yeah, it's a thing, right? You can see them up there trying to make their way on down. At least it's going to be an unobstructed rotation, right? So just got to keep their fingers crossed that the trees and things won't jump in front of them, so they can just keep on rolling forward. If they manage to make it in successfully, which I believe they will, they could actually have quite a bit of a play onto the side there of OOC, who we see now just moving up onto that conversion point, right, just on the opposite end of the bridge. But at the same time, I'm also curious to see what AOR, Vio, and the other teams that are yet to make a push towards the zone, where they're going to find themselves and how they're going to look to enter the zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. In terms of OOC, I think Yikes' best spot would be once OOC has started to cross the bridge, and then you can really gatekeep, or rather sandwich them between them and that team, right? But we'll have to see how that goes. Digital Athletics only losing one. Yes, only losing one in the earlier altercation there, and they are going to be able to move on forward, taking the south side of the zone instead. And again, a really good compound, a really good position in zone. They're making some good decisions here as Leah is off. There she goes. We're all getting the bike and we're all going somewhere else. And maybe that's a good thing, because there's a green player somewhere in the distance there looking a little bit too close for comfort, but we'll see how that goes for them, as a minute and a half still has to elapse until zone 3.
Yeah, I mean, I was not sure about them running so. It's not carelessly outside, but they didn't seem like they were also phased, right? They were pretty confident that they were alone, and from what we could see, well, that's not entirely true, right? There is a player. Fortunately for them, Meraxis wasn't feeling overly aggressive, so I guess it works out in favor there for Digital. Curious to see where they're going to look to try and get themselves situated. We do see AOR also going for a very wide rotation, opting for the southern side of the island. So that is going to be quite an interesting one. I think S2 might maybe play in a very similar way, or they're going to try and push over on towards the western side. Looking at the current trajectory, they might be opting for far south, I think it is, or just those cliffs over onto the western front, which is not going to be the easiest one to get up over them. It is quite challenging. But speaking of challenges, it is going to be Vio and the players here from Ida finding themselves in a bit of a back and forth. That 2-2 split now from Vio, getting absolutely dismantled here. Ida looking quite aggressive, already 6 eliminations to their name, and they are far from done, right? They've already had a bit of an opportunity over towards the bridge, now moving ever so slightly down towards that southern positioning. But now, look at that. The shots just flying in onto the heels here of Aurora.
They sure are. That was the quickest push down into a 2-2 split either side on the ridge. Oh, and the quickest Nada Theta OP coming in there. That is gotta be one of the quickest wipes we have seen so far. The speed at which they came through over onto those ridges, 2 on the ridge, 2 on the inside of the compound, and just going on through. And oh, daddy, I saw that M24 shot. I appreciate it on that long range weapon. Gets into her stunning Maserati. I need that. When did she get that? And gonna go and maybe loot a little bit, because that's gonna be another player for Digital Athletics out and done.
Yeah, she got it when it was available, right? That's usually how it works. But
that's usually how
yeah, I mean, most of the time. But speaking about the teams that we see at the moment, Ida actually, I think they're going to be pushing to finish close to the top here for today. Right? They've got those 8 eliminations up. They still have a lot to go, looking at the sheer aggression they're showcasing here today. I think they're going to aim for at least double-digit eliminations. And I mean, it's no surprise they are trailing by 12 points behind Boars, and Boars have no points. So that could be an easy one to try and catch up with. The same could go here for AOR, right? AOR trailing by 9 points behind Boars. So I think there's definitely 2 teams playing for a bit of a thing, right? So curious to see how that one is going to pan out for them. Cupquake looking very, very determined to play on that bridge, right? And I mean, just as the team starts rotating across, Bizumi leading the charge across the bridge, Cupquake looks away. So all of that scoping was just a practice run, right?
Of course it was. Yep.
But of course they are prioritizing zone positioning ahead of everything else. So I guess not the worst decision that they could have made right here. However, we do see quite a few teams still quite far away from zone, especially towards that southern side, right? So I think as the teams are going to start trickling on in, things are going to get quite hot and heated, right? So we got Yikes, we got Enigma, we got AOR, we've got Digital Athletics, we got what is left of Script Monarchy, we have S2 as well as IDA, all on the southern side, and they're all going to look to find the next spot to move into. And Enigma Dolls going off-road, but they got to watch out because AOR are right there alongside there.
Oh, bouncy buggy.
Yeah.
Sure does. Dang, the suspension on that's awesome. Anyway, yeah, Enigma Dolls coming in hot down off the cliff side, and it's nice to see that as well. It's very decisive. They're trying their best to move in. They've had an okay day so far. It's not been fantastic. It's not been horrendous, as Kiki's also testing the suspension on her vehicle, and unfortunately not going to be as good, not going to even flip over once onto its right side, so she's going to have to wait for some teammates' help there, and you can see them coming back to come get her. That's so embarrassing, and every time it's always like, guys, I'm stuck, can you come help me, please?
I can say with confidence, don't use a grenade to try and flip it over. It's not going to work. Right? All you got to do is just eat the health bar up, and then you're not going to be able to use the vehicle. But speaking about health bars, it's going to be TPS now looking to reduce Yikes' health bars as they start to apply a little bit of pressure here. We got Psych still holding a nice little bit of an off angle. We got Hate Me also right there on the front line, trying to send out a few welcoming nades. But now, Nevermind is going to try and keep up the angle, keep up the position. Their teammate about to get taken on down. Hate Me gets popped up, and down they go. Whoa. So this could still be quite a bit of a play, but OOC moving in right behind them. So Yikes now in a world of hurt, a world of pain, and TPES, they might just have to do a little bit of cleanup here.
They might indeed, and what a perfect position in order to do so, right? These two teams clashing as they come over the bridge, and TPES already set up, already situated, able to just pick apart those things, but maybe the hovercraft is going to be Psych's only escape here. She can just dive into the river, and off she goes. And TPES are going to use that same idea and actually leave as well. They don't want to be out in the open too long. They don't want to overstay their welcome either. I do want to know what happened with AOR, though, because one of their players, Kitty, did in fact fall and get knocked due to fall damage. I don't know if she fell off of this motorcycle here, but it does seem like Anissa is alone now, and she's going to just try maybe get over to Jilivaya. I mean, one of our MVPs really for the evening, right? She's in our top 3 player focus. So if you are going to be able to get a player, you should really get this one.
Well, I've got 2 answers to your question. It's one of 2 teams. Either it's Enigma or it's S2, because we see both teams in pretty close proximity to AOR right here. Just a little bit further off in the distance there, but the blue zone is going to be absolutely brutal at this point, right? It's just going to be swallowing HP left, right, and center. Repna, though, going to go for a little bit of that little niceties up in the airdrop. As you can see, Cupquake just paying very close attention to the edge of zone. AOR does make it up into zone, as Kitty has just been lying in wait, so again to see if the team's going to be able to pick her back up. But now Enigma, they've got a bit of a position right there on the edge of zone. Pmewl's going to be coming in hot right alongside the race here from AOR, so you got to watch all these angles as they pan out, but there's still quite a bit of contention on towards the southern side. AOR now trying to figure out how on earth are they going to be able to make it back in. I mean, the zone is so close, but it's still so far away.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's Enigma up on the top, which might be dispatched with, but there's Ida in between, just moving through, so it's clearly very, very busy, but I do want to turn your attention just quickly, DK, to Taste It, who have just now moved into zone. They've just now reached the island, and they're just about to cross out of the blue zone after what seems like an forever, because it has been since the beginning of the game. They have not been in zone, and they're just about to be. So we'll see what that brings to the table here as the south side continues to fight amongst themselves.
Well, they are so close they can almost taste it, but Bloom also just gets absolutely uprooted. They're whipped out of the vehicle. Now it's going to be Anissa trying to push on up. Does take quite a bit of damage, but not enough to get the knock in just yet. Now it's going to be Jilavaya trying to quickly come through with a little bit of that vehicle play. Just moving nice and close. That is one Elam under the, well, added to the tally right there. Now it is going to be Enigma still holding on to 2. We got Lob and Mummy holding nice and steady in the hard cover. S2 also just trying to strengthen their overall positioning here. AOR though, I mean, just kind of trying to scrape a few potential plays. So you got to watch out if that vehicle goes up in flames. That is going to be Jilavaya alongside with it. But AOR, they know better. They are going to continue moving forward. It is going to be Digital Athletics also just coming up alongside them here, making their push, heading a little bit further up towards that northeastern side. But that is in and of itself going to be quite challenging, as we got so many teams already occupying that space. Now Sila out in the open can only do so much, and this is going to be Jilavaya looking to just capitalize on the available opportunity, maybe looking to get their first eliminations for this match.
Well, certainly a knock well worth reviving there, as Yikes do go out, and we'll see. Well, no more of them tonight, but more of them probably tomorrow, as we look forward to the team still left alive here. Ida somehow having 8 eliminations on the board is pretty crazy. They've had a really good, consistent day so far. It's not been huge by any means. They've not won every game or something, but they continue to get these kinds of points every single match. So, is a good night for them so far, and Pmewl gets their 3rd elimination, it looks like, as do Taste It. 3rd elimination on the board so far, and they are looking to do more. They're still up as a full squad. And on the western side, Zeitgeist is looking for some more eliminations as Digital Athletics get taken out soundly, but somehow still Jilavaya not allowed to have any eliminations.
Yeah, it's like, you know, just keep going, keep going. You'll get it, I promise, sometime.
Yeah.
Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, who knows, we'll find out soon. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be Zeitgeist still trying to cause a little bit of a situation here for Pmewl. No, but they did find that knock. It's going to be O'Daddy and teammate now trying to push on forward. As you can see, AOR also still trying to claw their way back in towards this next zone, as it has shifted up towards the north. We do see the players there from Ida sitting quite comfortably on that far northern side. Nobody to stress about whatsoever. But we can't say the same for the southern positioning, right? We still have 10 teams and 28 players all across this area, and it is going to be absolutely chaotic as everyone else starts to move on forward. AR suddenly finding a bit of an opening, to sneaking their way on in, moving right in alongside the players here from TPES. But TPS, though, they've got their own distractions, right? Focusing further on towards the eastern side, but now things on the south just keeps on getting more and more agitated as even more players are just trying to play the crab game, trying to get themselves right on in. It's going to be Samina to be picked up next. Down goes Anissa, Susu, and Repna now going to be trying to rep it out for the team. We do say goodbye to the Inigo Dolls, and that is Kitty also getting shipped on out of here. But so far, Zeitgeist holding nice and steady, not necessarily up within that zone. Still have a little bit of a way to go, but they are going to be turning their attention onto that southern approach, right? Because if they can alleviate that pressure that's right there, they have a safe rotation up in towards the zone. So let's see whether or not Jilavaya will be able to secure any points for herself in this match. Zeitgeist still going to be trying to make the most here, trying to get themselves back up, trying to patch up those HP bars, but it is going to be quite a troubling play.
I mean, at least the Zeitgeist, right, you have that zone sort of in your favor. You can use the hillside to as much as possible, shield your entry into zone. Yes, you have AOR behind you, but it's only a solo. I think you're more concerned about the full squad of TPES here. As Jellavia almost goes down. A couple of hits get taken on over to her, but not quite enough to get rid of her completely, and that is one of the big issues here, because AOR has 11 eliminations. You know, they are a solo, but those points do boost morale greatly. So she's looking ready and ready to take on everybody at once. And TPES, full squad, 5 elims. Again, another full squad, another team that are looking very, very good right now. That nade looks perfect onto Freya. TPES do manage to get the point before she can, so that's not going to be a point for her, as she desperately still tries to get a point for herself. But we'll see how the rest of it goes. The TPES look to move down, move in, and it's actually tasted to block their path a little bit.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. So let's see how this one is going to pan out, though. As Zeitgeist now, Sona, holding on the edge here. Nice bit of an angle. Zeus down below. We got to watch out, right? It's usually the case. If you can see someone else can see you. So that is, Bestia getting brought down. Sona.
Oh, she's only got bandages.
Get that meds in. Gotta try and maybe heal up enough. Only see one more making its way on in. Oh, look at this. Look at this. MP3 Repna just lighting up the lobby. Go into town on anyone that will receive the ammo. And of course, quick changeover onto that M4. The Molly is gonna do the thing, and that's it. The Zeitgeist out of here. Down to the final 3 we go. TPS, they look like they have a good chance to get this one in the bag. This could be their opportunity to add yet another winner chicken dinner to the tally that they've already been able to secure so far here today. Of course, coming into the match, they were sat all the way in 4th place. So let's see how aggressively they're going to look to push it. They're going up against the side there of Ida, who came in on 3rd place. So things are looking pretty good, but it's looking the best, though, for Mason. I mean, they started out in 12th place, and they are still in it, right? Are still surviving. And that is CPS now hitting the double-digit tally. But here we go. The rush is in. The play is there. That is going to be tasted. Play stopped in 3rd place. 3 eliminations to their name. TPS could have this one in the bag. It's going to be Ida super low on health, and that is it.
GG's.
TPS chicken dinner number 2 secured. And what a way to close up the games here for today.
Excellent. That is just excellent. What a masterclass in getting rid of the final team. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. They got the knock. They made sure that there was no revive. There was no chance to get any sort of advantage using that ridge. They just plummeted through them and wiped the floor with Ida. So it was a valiant effort by Ida, but TPES at that point were just in the groove, in their element, and they were able to get their 2nd win of the day, as you said. So a big GG is going their way, and we will see what the leaderboards look like now.
Yeah, but I mean, so for Ida, that was a very good effort, right? They came close to getting their first chicken for the day. So as we know, the teams from Group B, right, they kind of did what they could today, because we'll only see them again in 2 days, right? Yep. So Group A, they've got quite a bit of momentum that they've needed to build up now to kind of carry them forward moving into tomorrow, because tomorrow they're going to go up against Group C, right? So those are fresh teams coming in that have had a whole day of opportunity to sit and look and see how these teams are going about their strategies right here. But of course, the best strategy that paid off in this final game was the one here for TPES, as they got those 12 eliminations to their name, and it's going to look quite well for them. And I mean, 12, that's just the eliminations. So that puts them on 22 points. So we might very well have a little bit of a change coming with regards to those standings. But of course, speaking about standings, our longest standing hit for this game is going to go straight over to the side there of O'Daddy, all the way from Mel's Nova.
Yeah, I think it's that M24 shot that we saw over onto Digital Athletics. I think Leah over across the airport area, or airfield rather. Yeah, a really, really good elimination. We saw it. We'd love to see it. A lot of healing coming through as well. Again, a lot of play with the blue zone and a lot of throwables as well. I think that we all saw the evidence of that throughout the game. There was a lot of utilities, a lot of healing coming through for a lot of these teams. And it was there was a lot of stages to this game. There was a lot of fights going on at every single phase where you had a lot of those bridge things coming through, and then the south side and the east side weren't very happy with each other, and there were some fights breaking out there, and overall, a really good way to end the evening.
Yeah. No, a very good way, a very dynamic shift zone, and the team's kind of just trying to keep up with all of that. But we got to give a big shout out there going out to Susu, who is our MVP all the way from TPS, securing 5 eliminations. So that means the other 7 went to the rest of the players. So a strong contribution, nearly 50% of the eliminations being secured just by Susu. So very, very well done. Also doing a decent chunk of damage there, 779 getting brought through. So yeah, very, very strong finish for the day. And TPS, they're going to feel quite happy with the overall standings. And of course, speaking of which, let's take a look and see what those map results are, the match results rather, to see where the teams find themselves and how all of this translated. And there we go, the top 3 teams coming through with double-digit elims, right? 10, 11, 12, pick a number, it's there. So well played, very aggressive, and we love it. Of course, the top 4 all getting 5 and above, so well done there to Zeitgeist as well. But of course, the aggression continues all the way to that 9th position, right? OOC closing it up with their 2 points on board. And unfortunately, the Boars, they didn't quite get enough points this game, right? They got donuts though, so that also works, I guess, to some extent. But Digital Athletics, they've had a tough day, right? I hope when we see them back in 2 days' time that they are definitely going to come back with a similar approach to what we see in last week's games, right? We want to see the same kind of performance from Digital Athletics. Again, as you can see, they finished there with 5 points on board, but DPES, they've jumped all the way from 4th place right up into pole position.
Wow, GG's, 29-29 equals 58, and that's the kind of numbers I like to see. In fact, DPS and Boars actually switched places there. So even though Boars were up on top, that 0-point game cost them 3 places. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's only 8 points difference, right? And actually the gap between 4th and 5th is rather large, 12 points in between them. So not all is certainly not too. They can come back and look for more aggression, as Pmewls will do as well. It's going further down the list that we start to see a little bit of things starting to close up that gap, right? 18 points. I think that was 10th and 11th are tied right now. So there's still plenty to play for, but at the same time, there's still plenty to lose.
Yeah. I mean, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. For today, there's not going to be any of that coming through here. But we do see Pmewl, Nova, Philea, definitely starting to create a bit of a gap here, right?
Yes.
Leading by 4 eliminations above that of Athena. And of course, Lalo coming through with 13 eliminations, but still packing the heat with regards to the damage. 2,500 damage. That's quite a bit. That's the equivalent of 25 players, right? Or 25 eliminations. So, yeah, a decent chunk of change coming through on that one. But of course, if we look at it right here, you can see the contribution there from Philea definitely doing some magic right here, right? Coming through with nearly 75%. So that is almost
crazy.
3/4 of the work for the team getting secured by 1 single player. So that's an absolutely amazing stat to see come through. Very, very strong representation. I mean, yeah, it's just like, where are they going to decide to stop? Because, you know, they still have 5 more maps to go, so they could be so much more that is yet to make its way through. But for Pmewls, we're not going to see them play tomorrow because they are in Group B, right? So they have a day of rest. We'll only see them return back again on the last day of this week. AIDA Esports, they're going to be back tomorrow as they are part of Group A, so there's going to be quite a bit of an opportunity for them to try and kind of widen that gap. So tomorrow I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what Group A is going to try and do to keep that momentum going, but it's also going to be the day in which Group C are going to try and build up the momentum, right? Because we're going to have Group C go from day 2 into day 3, so there's a lot of that kind of, flowing forward approach being brought into that. But Group B, they're going to have an interesting approach because they have the day off, but they have a day to do a little bit of homework, right, to kind of research and keep a close eye on what the strategies are of the opposing teams, especially of Group C.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be so interesting to see how these teams adapt. And I do love these kinds of 3-day formats where you do have a team, or rather a group, that will not be playing one of the days, and that really puts the pressure on them, and we start to see all kinds of interesting ways that they adapt to that format. So going to be very interested to see how tomorrow will be going. It was a very good round today, but we're looking for another 5 games tomorrow night. Same time, same place, but that is it for us tonight. So thank you very much all for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Me.